with anyone. I could be with anyone. You're here with me. You're here with me. You could be around for
You could be with anyone. I could be with anyone. You're here with me. You're here with me.
Hey, what's going on, people? Welcome to the Friday night show. This is kind of a pop in. We're doing this exclusively on the My Take on Reality Live channel. This will not appear on the My Take on Reality channel. And so, thank you guys so much for showing up. I appreciate you 100%. I'm going to give a little time for folks to maybe load into the room because we do have a lot to cover when it comes to the whole discussion of the Bachelorette and my position of it. Like, I know a lot of people have been releasing videos and giving their perspectives on it and their takes. I think mine is a little different. I haven't watched a whole lot of stuff, in fairness, so I can't really comment on what people are saying or what they aren't saying. But just knowing how I kind of see the world, it's a little off sometimes. So we shall see. Let me hook this up real quick, and we will be off to the races. So hold tight. Let's drop some good stuff.
Could be watching chefs burn pots in the kitchen or influencers fake fights for attention. Drama queens with crowns, but no conviction. But now you're here, my addiction. Could've clicked that prank, that mukbang feast, or streams of gamers slaying beats. But you're here with me, not scrolling free, not lost in streams or reality. You're here with me where you wanna be, out the algorithm, just you and me. Could be watching cats knock glasses down, or a dude trying to stunt, stressed as a clown. DIY hacks turn smiles to frowns, but you're vibing here, no fakes around sound. This ain't unboxing or ASMR, no clickbait titles, no rented cars. Realest channel in your repertoire. Stay tuned, superstar. But you're here with me, not scrolling free, not lost in streams or reality. You're here with me where you wanna be, out the algorithm, just you and me.
Oh shit! Welcome back. Welcome back. I was talking to myself apparently. Yeah, we're up and running. Guys, I wanted to talk about this whole Taylor from Secret Lives of Mormon Wives debacle. All right. And I want to, before we get started, I want to give a trigger warning on some of the things that we're going to be talking about, because I think in order for us to really do justice to the topic, the issue, and the subject matter, we actually have to be real honest about what was going on, what was happening, and what actually occurred. Now, just to be very clear, when Taylor, this was first presented, it was first introduced to the fan base in the first season of, Secret Lives of Mormon Wives. I think it was like either the first season or the second season, like first episode or some shit. But it was early on that they had talked about this young lady and her troubles. And what they showed on the reality show Secret Lives of Mormon Wives was actually the arrest from the police, like the police interview. They came out and they started talking to her. There were significant parts, in my opinion, that were missing from that coverage, or from the body cam coverage. So we'll get into that. But before we do, I want to do kind of transpose things a little bit, because normally I towards the end I do the hearts in the chat, but I want to do hearts in the chat now, so that way if somebody doesn't feel comfortable, they can bounce out, but at least they'll have an opportunity to do the hearts in the chat opportunity. So I want to give hearts in the chat for people who this is a thing we do on the channels, because we want to support the communities, the community that we formed, and we just want to support each other. So I want to give hearts in the chat to anybody who needs that support. Some folks don't feel comfortable asking for help or saying, "Hey, man, I'm going through a tough time." So I just want to give them that, that secret handshake, that secret hug to the side, that secret side hug that folks need to feel encouraged to be able to keep moving forward, because that's what it's all about. It's all about moving forward. So let's get some hearts in the chat for that. And per usual, we do have some individuals who I will shout out. One of which is Jody Periscala, Carmel Cuties, Megatron, Miss Betty, Kathy Ferran, Allison Gaines, Marlo Peterson, and team, Ty, and Lit Mom. All right. So put some hearts in the chat for those individuals as well. Oh, fiddly sticks. Hold on 1 second. My new channel is not cooperating. Hold on 1 second. One second. Yeah, because we have a good amount of stuff to cover. And I'm not trying to go crazy on this. Not trying to go too crazy. But something went wrong. Okay. Let me just switch. All right. So as we go through it, like I said, I want to give just a real quick assessment that or at least a warning, trigger warning, that we're going to be talking about some things that might be a little disturbing, that people might not like, that people may look at and say, "James, this is completely ridiculous. I can't believe she did this," or "you guys are covering it," or "you're still talking about it," whatever the case may be. I just want to make sure that folks are okay as we go through it, because yeah. Hey, Care Bear, Ty in the house, Darlene Hall here, awesomeness. Yeah. So let's, we're going to start it from the rip. As you may or may not know, one of the ladies from Secret Lives of Mormon Wives was supposed to be on The Bachelorette. Now, I want to give my assessment of The Bachelor and The Bachelorette off rip. And shows like this, they say, we come on these shows to try to find love. This is how we're going to find love, true love, special love. This is the worst way for you to try to find a partner. This is the absolute worst way for you to try to find a partner, because everybody who shows up to this show, to get on this show, shows up, one, if it's a show like The Bachelor, Bachelorette, or something that's going to be popular, they're showing up for clout. They're trying to get to the end so that way they can experience the social media explosion of brand deals, potential subscribers or people who are following them on Instagram, which opens them up for future deals. Some of these people are looking at it as this is their lottery ticket opportunity where they no longer have to work anymore. They can quit their jobs. And how do I know this? Because if you look at a show like The Bachelor or The Bachelorette, they take the contestants who are on that show and they sequester them for about 8 to 10 weeks. They take their phone, social media, all that. They put them up in the house. If they get eliminated, they go back to another location, still sequestered, still can't call anybody or talk to anybody or any of that. So how do you maintain a job and you're going to say that you're going to be all for 2 months? Right? So these people are basically walking off their job. They're quitting their jobs to do these shows. And why are they quitting their jobs to do these shows? Because it's an opportunity. The opportunity is you're going to be on this show, and then from being on this show, it's going to open up doors for you to be able to make additional money or make more money than you were before. That's why they do the show. Right? That's the first part. The second part is when ego starts kicking in. You have 20 women who are coming on a show to meet me. It doesn't matter what I look like. It doesn't matter how cool I am, how smart I am, how friendly I am, what a gentleman I am. If I'm the person that they have to try to ingratiate themselves to so that they can stay on the show, they will do whatever is necessary to stay on the show. 100%. 100%. And at the end of the day, they're not doing this because they found true love with me. They're doing this because they want to stay on the show. And in some cases, like I said, ego kicks in. They don't want to be the person who, I might not be attracted to him, but he's not going to dump me. And I'm certainly better looking than this person, or I'm more compatible. I'm cooler than this dude. So I'm not going to sit up here and pretend like this guy is going to get picked over me. So now you have that competition going on. And at no point, like, if I were to participate in one of these shows as one of the Bachelor contestant people who's trying to get to the Bachelorette, I would feel like an idiot because here I am, catching feelings for somebody who's going on date after date after date after date after date after date after date, kissing, hugging, smugging, smooching in the hot tub, sucking, tugging, doing all kinds of stuff. And then talking about, I want to talk to you tomorrow night. Woo! I get to go out with you too. Like, that's dumb. That whole premise is stupid to me. Right? It's ridiculous. It's ridiculous. It's ridiculous and it's demeaning. But aside from that, aside from my little personal criticism of the Bachelorette franchise, Homegirl was supposed to be doing this show. Right? And upon her deciding she's going to do this show, Disney, this is the parent company who also, does Hulu, parent company Disney. They looked at this woman and said, you know what? That's a person we're going to invest millions of dollars in. And we're going to bring on the show. We're going to film a little love thing. And we're going to make a shit ton of money, y'all. It's going to be amazing. We're going to make her a star. Because she's already hosted, like she's already presented at the CMAs and she's done a bunch of stuff. So it's not just Disney. But then this tape dropped. Her ex drops the tape of her, commencing domestic violence. And all of a sudden, they pull the plug on the show. Oh, because we're responsible. We're trying to be mindful. We're trying to be caring and trying to take everyone's feelings into consideration. So they drop the show. They don't air the show. Before we get too far afoot, let's watch what happened. What the video we're talking about, because her boyfriend Dakota is the one that released the video. And let's be very clear about this. I don't think Dakota's hands are clean in this. I don't think that he was sitting there saying, I'm going to release the video because people just need to know. I think Dakota released the video because he realized that his claim to fame was that he was dating someone who was on a reality show, and through that relationship, he also was on a reality show. And when they broke up, he was no longer, not only was he no longer going to be on that reality show, but she went on to do further reality shows, further appearances, and her career was about to explode. And she was going to leave his ass behind. And what he did was he used this video as an anchor to pull her ass right back into the whatever swampy gutter that they in right now. And that's why he did it. But that doesn't excuse what she did. And let's take a look at what occurred, what happened.
Look. Yeah, look. Yeah, look at you. Look. Yeah, look. This is called physical abuse. Yeah. Yeah. See, Taylor, this is all you do. It's the only thing you know how to do is hurt me. Huh? And you think this is okay? It's not okay.
I don't give a fuck what's okay.
Holy shit.
I don't give a fuck what's okay. I don't give a fuck what's
Let me go. Stop. Dude, leave me alone.
Like, so you see her trying to kick him and punch him. And now she's picking up metal stools from underneath the kitchen sink or underneath the little islander in the kitchen.
Oh my God.
Throwing them at him. And as you can see, her daughter, who is young, like she has young children at this time, and her daughter is sitting on the couch watching this whole thing transpire. And that in and of itself is crazy town. That's crazy town to me. So we're watching, like, you see Taylor's daughter sitting there. She's throwing stools. Let's go.
Your daughter is right here.
She threw a second stool. And he's yelling, your daughter is right here. Your daughter is right here. Like, you are throwing shit around. You're throwing furniture around because you're so angry. Your daughter is right here. You lunatic. Let's go.
Oh my gosh.
Now, she threw that chair right over top of her daughter to try to hit. Like, how bad a hate on do you have for somebody that you will throw a chair through your child to get to that person? How big a hate on is that? Like, what did this dude do exactly to say, you know what? To hell with it. If I got to just chalk a kid off, oh well, because the offense that he did was so great that I had to take him down. So let's check it out.
Oh my gosh. Oh my. You are fucking.
And if you missed that, when she threw the chair at him and it hit his hand, you heard it hit the baby too. So she hit the baby with the chair. She hit the baby with the chair.
Oh my. You are fucking. You're unbelievable. No, you.
We go back a little bit.
You are. Oh my gosh. Oh my. You are fucking. You're unbelievable. No, you. You. Stop throwing stuff and help your body. You're. You're done. Help your body. Stop screaming at me. God. Stop, Taylor. You're done. Taylor. That's it. That is it. No more. You're done. Stop. No. I did none of this. This is your own pain. You're doing this to yourself. Stop. No. I'm done taking the blame for you. Yeah, I'm sorry, Indy. Taylor?
Get the fuck out!
I'm done with you.
You did it.
I'm done. Stop.
Get the fuck out! Yeah, I'm done,
Taylor, your
Yeah,
daughter.
I'm done.
Look at you screaming. Your daughter just got hit in the head with a metal chair.
Because of you.
No, you.
It's insane that the whole time she's trying to still fight with him. And this is after you've already hurt your daughter. This is all after you already, like, you were so angry. You try to hit him with the chairs. You hit your daughter, but you're still mad. So you're still trying to fight him. And he has to be the one to say, hey, you hit your daughter. She's hurt. And the child is crying for you. She's crying and then she's crying for you, saying, mama, mama, mama. Like, this is insane.
Go and help your daughter. Now. Help your daughter, Taylor. Oh my God. If you throw another chair, are you okay? Taylor!
Get away from my daughter! Get away!
Then help
Get
her.
away!
Stop doing this.
You threw me.
And you can listen to the audio. It sounds like he went over to check on the little girl to see how she was doing, make sure she was okay. And because he's talking to the little girl, she's mad because he's talking to the little girl. She's not concerned that the girl is hurt. She don't give a shit that she just clocked this girl with a chair like she's on WWE. She don't give a shit about that. What she cares about is trying to hurt this boy. And that's what we're dealing with. All right, let's go.
Dude, think of your kids. Gosh.
Me too, my daughter. Yeah, I love you too, my kids.
I don't care. I love your kids.
Oh,
Yeah, I do. I freaking love them to death.
I have to throw me around.
No, yeah, I don't care. Look what you're
Shut
doing
the
to me.
fuck up,
No,
Dakota.
nobody deserves
Shut
it.
the fuck up, Dakota.
You're not okay and you're drunk.
Go answer it, fucking Dakota.
I
I wonder who
will.
that could be.
What? Oh my gosh.
Shut the fuck up.
Taylor, stop.
Shut up!
Stop. Oh my gosh.
Nothing.
She's hammered.
And so is he.
I'm sober.
But throwing
All right, we're going to stop it right there, guys, because like I said, I mean, we could talk all day about Cody and Robin and blah, blah, blah. We've never seen anything like that on Sister Wives. We've never seen anything like that on Sister Wives. And the fact of the matter is that it's baffling to me because when we talk about like the whole thing with Disney and the cancellation of the show, what's amazing to me is that it took the actual video. It took the actual video for somebody to say, hey, you know what? This shit might not be a good idea. It wasn't the police report, which indicates what happened. It describes in detail that she did attack him, that she did assault her daughter, that her daughter was hit because according to the police report, it said that the daughter had a knot on her head from being hit with the chair. The fact that you're arguing and fighting like that in front of your kids would be grounds, like in most jurisdictions in family court, that would be grounds for them to come in there and take your kid away. Like if she has an ex-husband, and I don't know what I don't know what's up with these Mormon dudes or these men in Utah, like between her ex-husband and the Ruby Frankie ex-husband. I don't know what is going on with you guys, but you need to sack up. You need a sack check because this shit is ridiculous. I'm telling you right now, I'll go on record right now. If me and my wife wasn't together, she left my ass, James, you ain't shit, and she left me and she took the kids with her. If I found out she got into an argument with somebody like this and she was fussing and feuding and fighting, and they was fighting in front of my kids to the point where they start picking up furniture in the house and trying to hit each other with furniture, and my child gets hit in the head with that furniture, bad enough y'all in there fighting in front of them, in front of the kids. But if they get hurt, oh, you ain't going to see them again until graduation. And you're going to be way up in the damn rafters waving at them and shit, using like one of them telescopic lenses on your camera because you ain't going to be nowhere near them kids again. There's no way in the world. You wouldn't see them kids unless it's completely supervised. Paperwork will be filed immediately. Immediately. I don't give a shit. Oh, you got to understand, Tanner, everybody going through some things. No, I don't understand. I don't understand. You done clock my kid in the head with a chair. And the fact that you're in there using furniture, like, look, because I have, I got more. Because James, I went in and I was going to do this video at noon, but I started uncovering stuff and started thinking about things and started pulling things out. And I said, I gotta push this shit back. That's why it's at 4:00 instead of noon. Because the more I looked at it and the more I started thinking about it, it's like this shit is ridiculous. But I want to, before I go into my next point, I want to pull up the arrest, right? Like, because she was arrested. Like, we heard the doorbell ring and a little bit of conversation. Let's watch a little bit of that.
Yeah, I'm making contact with this front door right here. Let me know if you make contact. Don't think about it.
Like, you hear them in there arguing and
Contact
stuff.
the front door.
Stop!
Hey, what's going on?
Oh my gosh.
Little delay on it.
She's hammered.
And so is he.
I'm sober.
But throwing stuff at me
How
so
about
Taylor,
hard.
how about we separate
Taylor,
for now?
you need to just calm down.
You threw it
Hey,
at me.
hey,
Taylor,
stop.
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 Just
We're not doing this.
Okay, but
Now, explain to me in what world could you have the police show up to your house for a domestic violence situation and the police at the front door? Somebody done called the cops on me, and me and my lady in here arguing, fussing, and fighting. The police hear us arguing, fussing, and fighting. The police ring the doorbell, bing bong. I open up the door, and then all of a sudden we talking. What's going on? He drunk, she drunk, and then the cop asks me a question. I turn around and try to punch or shove my wife. You know what's going to happen to me? They're going to. I will be well seasoned, and they will fricassee my ass out there. I'm gonna get tased, and I'm gonna get the OC spray. They're gonna spray my ass down. I'm gonna be well peppered with that oil capsicum, right? I'm gonna be well peppered, and then they're gonna tase me. They're gonna tase the shit out of my ass. There ain't no way in the world. At that moment, you go to jail. But she doesn't. She doesn't. And this, my friends, is like I said, this is part of the damn problem. This is part of the damn problem. Because she got away with it. She's doing what she want to do. And it's insanity to me. But let's go back to this.
he threw me out in the garage.
No, because she is attacking the crap out of
You
me.
threw me in the garage.
Okay, stop.
lying.
Okay.
You can just
Okay,
go
no,
that
okay.
way.
Oh
Okay.
my
I just want to talk to you.
Okay.
Over
Okay,
here. I don't need people
Okay, you're
throwing
good.
hands at people.
Okay, you're good.
Okay. Now I want to talk to you
Please don't let me
separately.
take any of my stuff. Please watch.
Okay.
Please just watch him so he doesn't
you
take
have-
any of my stuff.
Do you have my other officer is going to stay with him? Okay.
Where's my phone then?
Do you have a jacket or anything?
Yeah?
I want to talk to you with
Can I
that
hear
one.
my phone, please?
Yeah. Well, like there's
Okay.
super freak out. I want to talk to you with
Can I
that
hear
one.
my phone, please?
Yeah.
Where's my phone? Hey, can I grab my phone from him? Can I grab my
I
phone?
don't have your phone, Taylor.
Then where is it?
You threw it at me.
Will you find
It's
your
right
phone?
there.
Let's try calling
Taylor,
the phone before we get super freaked out, Mom.
I'll take you. Where do you want to go?
I just want to talk to you like out of
Out here.
Sure. I just want to be able to talk to you. Do you want to throw that on real quick?
What's up?
She said,
I
what's
just
up?
want to be able to talk to you without you two bickering at each other.
Okay.
Okay?
Okay.
So go ahead, like you can sit or whichever.
Okay.
So what's your name?
Taylor.
Taylor. I'm Officer Rubebrecht with the Harriman Police Department.
Okay.
The neighbors called in.
I'm gonna go ahead and call this shit for a second. This is actually the whole like waterworks bullshit. That reminds me of a little kid. Like when little kids get in trouble, like the way they cry when they crying, but they not really crying. You understand what I mean? Like that bullshit cry, like they know they in trouble because they got caught. Like they not upset because they hurt or they scared. They just mad because they got caught, and they realize that if they cry enough, they gonna get out of trouble. And that's what I see with that right there. You know, I'm so scared. Don't hurt me. I'm so scared.
Saying they heard a bunch of yelling and screaming.
I'm sorry. I'm just hurting it.
Oh, just so you guys are aware, I had to cut a lot of the dumb shit out because this call was actually about an hour and a half, hour 45 minutes, maybe almost 2 hours. And so I went through and I pulled out some of the more highlighted parts. Like she gave her little story about how they were in a garage pushing and shoving and treating each other like shit, and she went crazy because she was out with her girlfriends and she got drunk with her girlfriends, and he was going to take her to like a music show or something, and he decided not to take her because she was too drunk, and that precipitated the entire fight.
Oh my God. What do you need from me?
So I just need you to tell me what happened tonight. So you went out on a girls' night. You said that, right?
Yeah, he came and picked me up from girls' night.
And then what happened?
And he was bitching me out the whole way home.
About, so when you describe that to me, about what?
I guess having fun with my girls. And he was going to a concert, but he was like, we're not going to the concert now. And he came home. And then we were fighting. And we were fighting at each other. And then I was going at him, I guess hitting him. And then he pushed me into the kids' stuff. And then I went ballistic because he pushed me so hard. And then I fought back, and then we were just fighting, and I just want him out.
Where did the kids go?
My daughter's right there, and then my son's up sleeping because we had my family member that was babysitting. And this is all, I guess this is all.
Well, like, there's no easy way to put it, like, tonight's a shit show. I need to ask if you're willing to watch.
This is her dad. Just so we're very clear, what happened was I wanted to give her description of what happened. If you listen to her tell the story, she said she attacked Dakota first, her boyfriend. She attacked him first. And then he responded by, I guess, pushing her off of him or pushing her into like the thing in the garage, some wooden thing that's in the garage. Her whole house is jacked up. Like she tore her house up, Jack. And that's what, started the fight. So I guess him defending himself is him putting his hands on her, according to her. And now the police were out talking to Dakota in the garage. They told him that they're going to arrest her because they don't have any discretion in this case. So they're going to arrest her. They have to arrest her. Dakota was arguing, saying, don't arrest her, don't arrest her, don't arrest her. Do you have to do it? After, of course, he realized that he wasn't going to be arrested because he said, if he's going to be arrested, then I got videos and shit to show that she was attacking me. Take her ass to prison. They was like, no, we're going to take her to jail. You're not in trouble. Oh, I'm not in trouble. And I'm sorry. I'll drop everything. And that's kind of where we are now. We're talking to her father, who came out to get the kids because I guess that's why she was trying to get her phone, because she was going to call her parents. And then and there's another part of this too I want to make note of. Watch how her personality changes, how her response changes. Before she was Little Miss, oh, I'm breaking down, I'm crying everywhere. Oh, what was me? I'm like a little kid. I'm so innocent and pure and virtuous. And now watch how her attitude changes after her parents have arrived.
100%.
Unfortunately, I have to make an arrest of her, and it sucks because like it's never easy.
Yeah.
But I need someone to watch the kids. Like this all happened in front of the kids, and honestly, like it's alcohol.
And I'm gonna stop it right there for a second because I take issue with this police officer. I take issue with this police officer because it sounds to me like you're apologizing for doing your fucking job. You're apologizing because you showed up and this woman was attacking her, this person. I'm not even gonna say woman. This person was attacking their loved one in the house. They were physically assaulting them. And because you have to arrest them because they did real damage and they were trying to do real harm, because you have to do your job, you're apologizing because you have to arrest them. My question is, how many times did you show up and some guy is tuning his wife or his girlfriend up and you say, you know, I'm sorry, bro, we're gonna have to put you in the cuffs now because you know we just have to. This is part of the reason why I wanted to do this video. This is a big reason as to why I wanted to do this video because this is like her getting canceled off The Bachelor. Cool, okay, it is what it is, but it's the underlying bigger problem that we have to talk about, and I suffer from it too. I suffer from it too, and I'll explain how once we get through it. But let's continue with the stupid shit.
Very, and unfortunately, because of that and what happened tonight, I don't have Utah's very strict as far as how domestic violence investigations go. I can't talk to you about the details of the case, just because she's an adult and all that stuff. But that's the biggest thing I need from you is be able to watch the kids because I can't leave them alone.
No, and I'll take them.
And
Why am I not allowed to talk to Dakota? This is about him.
Okay, this is the part where because she was already popping shit around the thing. They told her that we got to lock you up, right? Now she's in handcuffs. And the whole time she's like, I want to talk to Dakota. I want to talk to Dakota. He ain't going to like it, the fact that I'm getting arrested. He ain't for this. What? Is he trying to get me locked up? I mean, what? No. He ain't for this. Why am I? Because this is the part that annoys the shit out of me. There's a few things at play here. There's pretty privilege. There's complexion for the protection. There's the fact that she doesn't understand that she's actually in fucking trouble. She doesn't understand that there's a real problem. She doesn't understand that there's a real problem with this because she's so used to getting out of stuff like this. This is a mentality. Like, this isn't the first time you done jumped on somebody. This is not the first time. Let's be very clear about that. This is not the first time that this young lady has attacked one of her boyfriends. And she expects to walk away from it. What do you mean I'm under arrest? What are you talking about? Let's continue. Let's listen to what she has to say specifically.
because objectively speaking, he's a victim.
Sure, but he
You're a
pushed me
suspect.
too when I'm a girl.
Right, and that you'll have your time in court to talk about those things.
Okay.
But as
If you listen to what she just said, is that, yeah, he pushed me too, and I'm a girl. See, because I'm a woman, I should be allowed to violate this dude. I should be allowed to jump on him and beat the shit out of him because I'm a woman. What's wrong with that? Let's run it back one more time.
objectively speaking, he's a victim.
Sure, but he
You're a
pushed me
suspect.
too when I'm a girl.
Right, and that you'll have your time in court to talk about those things.
Okay.
But as far as tonight goes,
Who pushed you first? I don't know. I'm sure I pushed him, but he pushed me to that one person. Okay, sorry. Can I please just talk?
See, who pushed who first? Well, I mean, I pushed him first, but I'm a girl. Like, what? Huh? I should have protections. No. Because look, this is how shit happens. Male, female, man, woman, adult, child. When you start fighting people and you putting your hands on people, especially when you start picking up stuff like metal chairs and swinging them around, this is how the graveyard and penitentiary are full of people who have been in this same situation. You lose your temper, you start throwing hands, things go left. Because I don't want to be all that. I don't want to be that person, but I've done martial arts of some form for most of my life, right? And the one thing with any type of training, whether it's boxing, wrestling, martial arts, joint manipulation, etc., 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 Aikido, Eskrima, whatever, right? The one thing you learn is that the body is an amazing tool. It's very resilient. It's incredible, but it's not as like, and it can withstand a lot. But there's a couple places and a couple things that you can do to the human body that is not as, you can knock somebody off easy. It's not that hard to put somebody in the dirt, knock they junk in the dirt. It's not as hard as you think. Like her picking that stool up, if she would have caught him right with that stool, she could have took him out of here. And then at the end of the day, what are you guys arguing about? Are you going to sit there and talk about, well, I shouldn't go to prison for the rest of my life because I'm a girl, even though I just knocked this dude in the dirt? Or if you would have hit your daughter, because there are unseen consequences. You swinging a chair around trying to get Dakota, and you catch your daughter's head the right way, and you knock her ass in the dirt. Oh, but I'm a girl, so I was upset. That shit don't play. That don't play. It's not cool. There's nothing cool about that. It's not okay for anybody to put their hands on anybody else. That's the rule. It's like when you in grade school, or middle school, or kindergarten. What do they say? Keep your damn hands to yourself. You don't go and start trying to put your hands on people and hit people and I'm gonna boss you up and I'm gonna show you what's what. And I have a disagreement with you, so I'm gonna go at you and try to lay you out. Because it's too easy for it to get out of hand. What's also amazing to me is, one of the things that I think is part of the problem is that when I was talking about this, I was talking about this with my wife, like, what I was planning on doing the show about. And I said kind of, I think I saw somebody say it earlier, with this type of relationship, I'm sure that, like, she's wrong because she attacked him and she put her hands on him. And if we're going to be honest, he probably does some stuff too. And he probably, he has that kind of personality where he gets her going and he says shit. And I'm sure they be fighting each other and pushing and shoving on each other. And this is just the one time where he caught her on tape. Isn't that amazing though? Let's take a moment on that. Isn't that amazing? Isn't that amazing? Because she attacked Dakota. When I'm talking about Taylor attacking Dakota, I'm saying, well, Dakota probably put his hands on Taylor too. He probably said some wild shit to her too. And he's probably abusive too. Would I have ever said that shit if it was a video of Dakota beating the shit out of Taylor? Would I made that excuse? You know what? Yeah, Dakota was beating the hell out of her. But let's be honest, she probably attacks him too, yo. I never would have said that. And that's why I say too, like, I'm not above the prejudice, this whole thing. I'm not embarrassed. I'm embarrassed of the fact that I am vulnerable to it too. Because the principle should be nobody hits nobody for, you know what I mean? You keep your damn hands to yourself. If you're that upset, kick him out of your house. He don't live with you. At that point, Dakota didn't live with her. He was just the guy she was screwing. If you don't want him there, if you want to keep drinking, like, you determine that I'm gonna get fucked up. That's what I'm gonna do tonight. I'm getting obliterated. And he don't want to take you somewhere, you put his ass out. You call your mom back. You say, Mom, watch the kids. I got to walk to wherever. I'm going to get an Uber and I'm going to keep the party going. That's what you do. What you don't do is sit there and try to convince them with your fists that you're going to keep on drinking because you an adult, you know what you're doing. But that's my whole point. Like we quick fast in a hurry. Like at some point, somebody's gonna come out and make excuses as to why she should be allowed to continue with her little career, why she should stay on. This shouldn't affect her ability to be on Secret Lives of Mormon Wives. Why the network was wrong for pulling The Bachelor, because this was just a revenge tactic taken by what's his face, Dakota. But again, if this, like, I mean, the low hanging, I won't even say low hanging fruit. Really, this is me picking that shit up off the ground. If the roles were reversed, nobody would be sitting there trying to make this shit make sense. Nobody would be offering excuses. Nobody would be saying shit about, oh, they be fighting each other. Nobody would be saying things about, well, we got to take it into full context and figure out what was said and what was done before the whole shit started rolling. Nobody would be saying that. The second a man picked up a damn stool and started swinging that shit around or pushing and shoving on her, punching her and kicking her, and then hitting his baby, the shit would have been a wrap. That would have been all we needed to see. We don't need to see nothing else. Conversation over. And it's not about cancel culture. And I'm so sick of people saying that because all of a sudden you see something you don't like and you say, you know what, I'm no longer going to support that. Oh, that's cancel culture. That's a bad thing. You know what? If that's cancel culture isn't that bad. Because what we do is we vote with our dollars. We vote with our time. We vote with our views. So no, I'm not going to support you if this is what you're about. I'm not going to support you if this is what you're about. I'm not going to give you $1 million payday because, I'm curious what you're going to get into next week. No, we have to have standards, and those standards have to be consistent throughout. If we have principles and we're going to live by those principles, we have to have principles irregardless of the participants and which side of those principles they fall on. For instance, if I say that I don't believe in domestic situations where people are putting their hands on each other, I think that your home should be a sacred place where you could go and feel safety and you could feel like you're secure and you can be yourself and you don't have to worry about somebody coming in and fighting you in your living room, because the fight and the battle should be happening on the other side of that damn front door. When I come past that threshold into my home, this is a place of tranquility. I don't fight in my house. I don't struggle in my house. I don't have anybody in my place, in my space, that I can't trust. If I can't trust you, you on the other side of that door. Full fucking stop. The day I can't trust you, you on the other side of that door. Because I don't tolerate that in my space. That's my principle. And like same, I'm not going to sit here and say, well, it depends on who it involves. It depends on what they got going on. It depends on the context of the situation. No. Right is right, wrong is wrong. I don't give a shit who was doing that. I don't care if it was Taylor acting out like that or if it was Dakota acting like that. They should both receive the same punishment, the same ire, the same disgust at the same levels. And at the end of this, I'm going to tell you exactly why I think that should be the case. I'm going to tell you exactly why that shit should be the case. This shit wouldn't even been a conversation. If it was like if it was the other way around, there wouldn't even be a conversation. They would have rode Dakota's ass out of here on a rail. But the system is the system. The man gone man. There was a lot of money tied up in The Bachelor, and they had to roll out the excuse train to start. So before anything happened, before the cancellation happened, they tried to save the show. So they rolled Taylor out onto Good Morning America, and this is what she had to say. Hold on one second. There you go.
Turn to our new Bachelorette, the breakout star of Mom Talk and the Secret Lives of Mormon Wives. Taylor Frankie Paul is with us. Good morning to you.
Good morning.
I want to hear all about your Bachelorette journey, but first I want to give you the opportunity to respond to recent headlines about the alleged domestic violence incident with your ex-boyfriend. What do you want to share with us about this?
Honestly, it's been a heavy time to see the headlines, especially during this time of The Bachelorette being released, and it's supposed to be a really exciting time. I'm a person that will always speak my truth, and that's what I'm known for, and so when the time is right, I will be. But right now, just trying to be in the present moment and focus on this. But the thing is my kids do come 1st.
My kids come first. My kids do come first. Is that what we doing? First of all, that whole I'm gonna come out and speak my truth. That means I'm gonna come out and tell a damn lie. That's what when I hear people say that shit. I'm gonna speak my truth. Don't speak your truth, speak the truth. Don't speak your version of the truth. Speak the truth. What is the truth? What happened? Not your curated version to make you look good and make you feel better. And then the whole like, oh, it's about my kids because, my kids come first. My kids come first. Where? When? Because that wasn't your kids coming first when you were sitting there arguing like a fool. Crazy.
My kids come first, and so it's been like just a back and forth process, trying to be here in the present moment, worrying about, home and headlines. It's been stressful, to be honest.
We did reach out to Dakota, and we did not, for a statement, we did not get a response from him. Now we have reports that The Secret Lives of Mormon Wives has paused production on the next season. I know there's a season on right now, and then season 5 was in production. Reports say it's paused. Is that true?
Honestly, I don't call the shots with production. So as of now, I have gotten word that it also has been paused, but I do not call those shots. So as far as I know, it was, but I don't know for how long and why.
I know you're one of the executive producers on the show.
Yeah, I got told that this year.
Oh, you didn't know that?
I didn't know, and I was like, what does that mean? I was like, I think just because we share our lives and we produce like our own, lives.
Yeah.
But I don't know if that necessarily what that means. Really.
And I gotta stop it right there. That's bullshit. That's bullshit. Okay. When you're an executive producer, like I don't know how many people have actually been here when I was talking about Sister Wives. And I talk about like being on a reality show as talent is part of the part to get cast, and you're on there as one of the personalities on the reality show. You get paid for your time on the reality show. So that means when you shoot like 6 months to a year for Sister Wives, and you have people in your house for like months or whatever, weeks and weeks and weeks, and they're shooting, you don't get paid for filming. You get paid for the final product. So if you're in 15 episodes, you get compensated for those 15 episodes. That's part of the reason why, in my opinion, this is part of the reason why when Christine did her wedding special, Cody and Robin appeared in her wedding special. Even though they had nothing to do at all with Christine's wedding special, they had to negotiate to appear in that wedding special so they too could get paid. Because ultimately, you only get one check. So when you finish the season and they come out with the number of episodes that you're going to be a part of and the season is completed, you get paid a sum of money. Then when you do the tell-all, you get paid an additional sum of money, right? And if you do any additional work after that, you'll get paid for that work. Now, when you're the executive producer of a reality show, that's a whole different ball of wax. Because remember, you only get paid for what you do when you're a cast member. You don't get royalty checks or checks coming in later on, right? After everything's said, like the show gets picked up, aired on TLC, it gets picked up by Hulu and HBO and this person and that person. And if you're a SAG actor, you get a check from everybody who licensed that program or that show. You get a check from them. You pick up a check. That's how actors make good money. You know what I mean? So you get paid pretty decent money for your work on the project. Then you get paid pretty decent money for the work after the project. When the project gets picked up and they start licensing it out, you get additional money. So every time it shows up on another platform, that's a licensing agreement. and you get paid from that licensing agreement. Now, when you're an executive producer, you have a couple key responsibility. Okay, especially if you're an executive producer. All right, you get senior you get senior leadership position over overseeing the entire production from concept to final edit, acting as the primary creative and business authority, meaning that you get to decide what happens. You get creative oversight, you get the storytelling, like what you're going to talk about, what's going to be presented, how each person is going to look, because again, you can make magic happen in the editing suite. Right? You can make the storylines in the editing suite. You get to decide those things. You get decisions as far as casting and hiring, who stays on the show and who goes. You get time as far as post-production. Right? Like I said, editing, making sure that the stories and the storylines are in line with what you want to do. Of course, you have troubleshooting responsibilities, et cetera, et cetera, et cetera. But most importantly, as the executive producer, you have access to the back end money. You're participating in profit sharing at that point. So if the show does really, really, really well, like Secret Lives of Mormon Wives is doing way better than Sister Wives, as a for instance, and they're making way more money than Sister Wives. So because they're on Disney Plus, they're on Hulu, and they're on several other platforms, that back-end money could be quite substantial. So for her to sit there and pretend like, oh yeah, I had no idea what that is, and I don't know what that shit is about. She is full of shit. Okay? You are totally full of shit. You're totally full of shit. Yeah, she's on my understanding is she's also on Secret Lives of Mormon Wives too. Yeah, she's one of the founding members of Mom Talk. In fact, she was the one who was participating in the scandal that blew Mom Talk up, because Mom Talk is a Mormon-based TikTok channel, and they just had like young women, and they would get on and they shake their ass and stuff, and they're not supposed to be shaking ass, but they shaking their ass anyway. And people will watch it, because they're Mormons, how they are. And so they found out that they were swinging, because they were all supposed to be sanctified married folks, and they found out they was all jumping into bed together. And she was having extramarital affairs on her husband, and she called it soft swinging, but they was doing, they was cheap. And once that happened, it hit the airwaves. You have young women who have this sexual energy about them, and then there's a sexual scandal. So somebody said, hey, we could turn this into a reality show, and hence the Secret Lives of Mormon Wives. And that's pretty much how the whole thing got started. So she's actually one of the reasons why the show is as popular as it is. But thank you so much, Lil Mom. Let me go back to this thing.
How do you envision your future on that show?
Hard to say now, right? Just because of, everything going on. It's hard to see past this, I'm not going to lie. In this moment, it's just so heavy. And when your life is broadcasted out there in these headlines, it's like the end of the world. Right. That's what it feels like. I'm not going to lie. But I will say I've been here before, and I got through it, and shared my story, my light. So I'm hoping that I can do that again.
Yeah, and you're about to share your journey with all of us.
Yeah.
On The Bachelorette, your journey looking for real love. What made you decide to do that in the midst of being one of the Mormon wives? It's
so I
taking
get paid.
a lot.
Yeah. Oh my gosh.
Tell me about the decision to do it and why.
Well, for me, the girls had gotten the opportunity to do Dancing with the Stars, right?
Yeah.
And so I looked at that and I was like, well, if they can do it, and they have kids and they are going out and chasing their dreams, like, why can't I? And so I was like, I want to do something that I want to do in that sense. So for me, dating as a mom of 3 is extremely difficult. So I was like, okay, so I get to go out, get away from my toxic cycle here in Utah, go date, and then also have my kids come out and visit me. That to me seemed like, why not, right? I will say, you don't realize how, like we were talking about a little bit, but just like how
it can be exhausting too, but you're finding the love of your life, and that's what you're striving for. So it was hard, but so fun and exciting at the same time. I'd be lying if I said it was just really easy.
Yeah.
You know, 'cause
Okay.
it wasn't.
Well,
but-
yeah. And we have an exclusive clip we're going to show everyone right now.
Oh, okay.
How does it feel to be our new Bachelorette?
It's wild and it's exciting.
See, this whole thing, I don't like it. I don't like it. I don't like it. Because it's like, oh, I wanted to get away from my toxic, I wanted to get away from my toxic circles, and I wanted to try something new. You are the toxic circle. What are you talking about? You're the toxic circle. You taking the toxic with you, right? And here, let's just finish this part because I gotta say some shit. Let's just finish this part.
Nervous, so nervous.
What are you hoping
So nervous.
comes
Oh my
along
God.
for you?
A better version of me. And hopefully a husband, stepdad, dad, you know.
It's your time. You
A
deserve this
husband,
opportunity.
stepdad,
Now,
dad.
normally I would say the first limo is about to pull up, but that's actually not going to happen. And you're going to find out why here in just a
I
moment.
don't like surprises.
Oh, no. Was that a good surprise or a bad surprise?
It was a good surprise.
Okay.
Yeah, I'm used to the scary surprises, but that one was good.
Oh, good.
So-
I'm glad you got a good surprise.
Yeah, The Bachelorette had nothing but good surprises, I will say.
Oh, that's so great. Well, speaking of which, you gave us a surprise on TikTok. We saw this video where we see a man's arm. You're looking very cute there, and you seem very happy, very perfectly shot, so we can't see a face. Is that somebody that is in your life?
Someone that's in my life, yes. Yeah, it's in my life, but can't give away too much. That would ruin the surprise, wouldn't it?
Yeah, you're right about that. And you know, I
Yeah,
guess I knew
they
you weren't
ruined
going to
the
tell us
surprise.
because we love waiting. The season is about to launch.
Yeah.
I hope that you find what you're looking for.
Thank you.
Really do. And everybody, you can watch.
I appreciate it.
Yeah,
Thank
of course.
You so
It's really
much.
nice. It's nice to have you on. Thank you for coming here. Thanks
Yeah.
for talking about everything. I know
Yeah.
there's a lot going on.
Thank you.
And you can watch season 22 of The Bachelorette. It premieres Sunday, 8 p.m. on ABC. It streams on Hulu the next day. I want to turn to our new Bachelorette.
That's ridiculous. That is ridiculous. Because the one thing that I noticed in that whole thing that they rushed her out to do, she never apologized. She never took accountability. She never said she did anything wrong. It was none of that about that. It was all like, this was all like, oh, basically, we just going to address it by not addressing it, sweep it under the rug, and pretend like we're going to run some promos for the new Bachelorette show because it's going to be awesome, dude. There's going to be men there. They're going to be getting naked, and I'm going to just be going surrounded by a bunch of dudes. Yeah. Like, that's basically what they were doing. And it's insane to me. It's insane to me. And even as a company or as you know, because Jody Pierce-Scala asked directly, like, didn't they do background checks? They look. When they put so much money into these shows, especially like The Bachelor, there was a guy who hosted The Bachelor, right? And he came out and said when he was hired, they said it was between him, Jason State, I forgot. It was a football player who was doing the Good Morning America show. I forget his name. I'm about to butcher his name. There was another person and him. He said, okay, when you got him, you could get somebody who's more famous than I am, but I'm the best one for the job. You know, confidence, love it. Then he said that when they got hired, they said, we'll bring you on for a first show. And they gave him, like, they did a deep dive on his background to make sure that he didn't have any problems, right? Or any issues. So they background checked the hell out of him. And then once they background checked the hell out of him, they gave him a full portfolio, like a whole binder about each one of the cast members, things that they're supposed to do, ask, and things like that. Then they gave him like all the videos and shit that each one of the contestants had filmed, so he knows who he's talking to and what they're about, what they're looking for, all kinds of homework that he had to do. And the whole time it was that they wanted to make sure that he was the type of person who was going to be on the show. So you can't tell me that this person who they knew had problems, and it wasn't like this shit was a secret. It wasn't like this was a secret. They might not have seen the full video that I showed in the beginning, but you knew that she had domestic relations problems. And you booked her ass anyway. Now, let me ask you this. I said this about TLC. I said this about TLC with a guy named Jeffrey. I forget his name. Jeffrey, 90 Day Fiance. Hold on one second. 90 Day Fiance, Jeffrey Paschal. Jeffrey Paschal from 90 Day Fiance. I said it. He was later convicted for kidnapping, sexual assault of his then fiance. Right? So he basically assaulted this woman, knocked her ass out, assaulted her again, then threw her in the shower when she woke up, and he held her, like kept her phone and all that stuff. And he did this over a period of like 12 to 24 hours, right? Something ridiculous like that. Right before he went on the trip for 90 Day Fiance to go meet the woman he had been talking to, who he was going to propose to. He had charges against him from his current fiance while he was going over to Moscow to film 90 Day Fiance to meet this other woman who he was going to try to get engaged to. And I said at that point, like, they didn't do any damn background checks on this dude. There's no way they couldn't have not known. There's no way they couldn't have not known that he was like in trouble. And it's the same thing here. You guys fucking totally knew that this was happening. And I said with Jeffrey Paschal, I was like, my big thing was, if you ever go on 90 Day Fiance, please recognize the fact that you are not safe, because they are putting you in a room with somebody who is capable of this. And if I was, like, I say the same thing about this young lady. If you're on The Bachelor, young men, be careful, because they're putting you in the room with a person who is not safe. This shit is not okay. This is not okay. Was this James? To be fair, she apologized and taking accountability for the video incident. She on probation. She stopped drinking. And there's another incident that is being investigated. That's the third incident that they have, because they had two incidents that they knew about. There's an open third investigation that they're still investigating. You know what I mean? And let's listen to her because I got you, Elizabeth's mama. Let's listen to her excuse, because I did pull that. I told you I started looking, and then once I started looking like a bloodhound. This is her release from Variety. Now, when she apologized when she was trying to get out of jail. She took accountability when she was trying to get probation. Because if you try to, let's be very clear, if you're physically assaulting somebody and you pick up a metal stool, or I'm sorry, several metal stools, and try to strike somebody, that is not just battery. That is aggravated assault. That is a felony. That's a felony in any jurisdiction all day. All day. That's a felony. She should have been in prison. Okay? That's a prison. Like, that's an offense where you go to prison. That's not, okay, you just gonna go ahead and put you in a diversion program. You get to go home because you do some classes. No, you go to prison for that shit. Because it's dangerous. It's deadly. Like, that's a deadly weapon. Like I said, that's, you know what I mean? If she would have clicked him, that's murder. Like, she's out of here. But this is the release that they had. She put out, her and her people put out a release to Vanity Fair. And this is what she had to say. Taylor Frankie Paul is speaking out following ABC's announcement that it will not air season 22 of The Bachelorette on Sunday, March 22nd, as originally planned. Taylor is very grateful for ABC's support as she prioritizes her family's safety and security. After years of silently suffering extensive mental and physical abuse, as well as threats of retaliation, Taylor is finally gaining the strength to face her accuser and taking steps to ensure that she and her children are protected from any further harm. The statement from her spokesperson reads, "There are too many women who are suffering in silence as they survive aggressive, jealous ex-partners who refuse to let them move on with their lives." Her statement concludes with, "Taylor has remained silent out of fear of further abuse, retaliation, and public shaming. She is currently exploring all of her options, seeking support, and preparing to own and share her story." Now, here's my thing. What part of that is her taking accountability for what she did? What part of that statement is her taking accountability for what she did during the course of that attack? Because that's what we're talking about. We're talking about that video. She's not taking accountability for that. In fact, she's gleaning on to other women who have actually suffered from abusive situations. She's her spokesperson is taking a position that we grateful for the support that ABC gave us. And just to be honest, there are too many women out there who are suffering in silence as they survive aggressive, jealous ex-partners who refuse to let them move on with their lives. Surviving aggressive, jealous ex-partners who refuse to let them move on with their lives. That's a statement directly to the fact, speaking to the fact that Dakota released this video to stop and hinder her ability to be on this damn show. Because he is jealous. And he's upset that she's moved on and she's able to do this show without him. And she's getting slobbed down by 20 other dudes on the show, and she gets to play cute, and he don't get any of that shine, and he's not getting any of that money. So yeah, he released the damn tape. But it's not the fact that he released the tape that's the problem. Isn't that the thing? It's not the fact it's not the fact that he told that's the problem. It's her behavior that's the problem. It's the fact that she assaulted him. That's the problem. We can sit here and try to justify the shit and make it okay because, he'll benefit if, she gets stymied and she can't move forward with her career on The Bachelor. And that's not really right because I don't like him as a person. Fuck him. What I'm saying is she didn't have a right to put her damn hands on him. If you don't want to be with somebody, my rule is if you don't want to be with somebody, leave. That's how you hurt them. If your presence isn't strong enough, or should I say the absence of your presence isn't strong enough to hurt their feelings, you weren't important any damn way. And you shouldn't have been there because you probably stayed too long. If it's like that, leave. Oh, but she got, and that's another thing. We could sit here all day, all damn day, all day, and talk about all the struggles she had as a person and how she struggled because she grew up in a certain culture and how she struggled because she had a certain religion and how she was such a victim when the blah, 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 and the blackity smackity. And as I've said with Sister Wives, with Cody Brown and Robin Brown, when we classify them as victims, you could say the same shit about them. Dakota could say the same thing. I grew up in the same culture. I have a drug problem. I have all kinds of issues and stuff. So therefore, when I'm cheating on you and I'm slapping your ass around, I got problems. It's not acceptable. Either it's acceptable or it's not. Either we're okay with it or we're not. We have to have some kind of principles in this. And that's my biggest thing. Like I'm gonna close on this and I'm gonna open it up for you guys to be able to call in. My biggest thing is that as we sit here And this is where I'm always looking forward. I'm not just looking at this particular instance and this particular person and this particular cancellation as far as the show is concerned. I'm looking at the bigger picture. The bigger picture to me tells me this. If we sit here and we make this okay, we try to make allowances because this is all right and this is fine, what happens is that scale starts sliding. And I am telling you that I am old enough. I'm old enough where I remember when the Violence Against Women Act came out in 1995, right? That was a big push. That's what sparked the whole reason why when cops show up and somebody got sitting there with a big old shiner under their eye or somebody got a knot on their head, that's the reason why cops no longer have discretion as to whether they're going to arrest or not. They must arrest. It's mandatory. That's only occurred in the 90s. And people look at it and say, well, the 90s was a while ago. The 90s was, look, people, the 90s was 30 years ago. That's a splash in the bucket. That shit is, that ink, as far as legislatively, I'm going to be honest with you. That ink isn't even dry on the page yet at 30 years old. That ink ain't even dried on a page. So when we sit here and start playing these games about, well, maybe we could let something go and it's different and maybe we should just try to really look at the situation. When we start playing that game, you know what's going to happen? The abusers are going to pull the ultimate fucking Uno reverse on your ass. That's what's going to happen. They're going to Uno reverse the shit out of you. Because right now we're trying to argue that, oh, Frankie should be able to do this and do that, and the cops shouldn't be able to arrest her right off because they could feel bad about a situation. And with a little investigation, they realized that he was an asshole and he kind of deserved it. What happens when that cop gets discretion again? And he said, you know what? I pull up to the house, I see a young lady, and she's sitting there sass talking her man, the man who's putting food on her table, putting a roof over her head, taking care of her damn kids, and she got some shit to say up out of her mouth, talking back to him, and he decided he want to take and put one of these two mitts on her ass, and then he slaps her ass around, and, whoa, now I'm supposed to take him to jail? I don't think so. This is a domestic situation. This is none of my business. That's what the cops used to say. That's what the police used to say when they showed up. This is a family affair. This is none of my business. And they tell the man to take a walk around if you want to. If you feel so moved, maybe you could just walk around the block, walk it off, buddy. Okay? Okay. We'll be out of here. We go get out of your head. That's what they used to do. That's what cops used to do. And now we're in a situation where if the police show up, if anybody, man, woman, child, anybody got the house tore up, somebody going to jail. Somebody getting a ride. The police show up, they see like Taylor did when the cops showed up and she's out there talking and she can't even control herself. And that's how you know. That's how you know that this is how she rolled. The police are standing right there and she still can't control herself. She still feel like it's okay for her to put her hands on this dude in front of the cops. And we still gonna make excuses? We still gonna pretend like it's not a big deal? I'm telling you right now what's gonna happen, because all that happens is the same way you start trying to make something okay, everybody go along with it. They resist it. No, we're gonna gotta make it all right because blah, blah, blah. And the second that shit is okay, the people will come in there and take advantage of your ass. I'm guaranteeing you. I'm telling you right now, they're gonna Uno reverse you. And then we're gonna be right back where we started. All the progression that you made as far as domestic violence, domestic awareness, and things like that, all of a sudden it's gonna be, well, because at the same time, when you watch that video, that first video, Dakota in that video comes off like he has the patience of Job. He gonna come out like he got he had the patience of Job. Because technically, if somebody is trying to hit you with a weapon, You have every right to defend yourself. But if he were to defend himself, would he be the bad guy then? You know what I mean? So I'm just saying. Let's see. Okay, what about OJ Simpson? What about him? OJ Simpson. What about him? What about OJ Simpson? I don't get it. Did he get a pass? No, OJ Simpson ain't get a pass. OJ Simpson got arrested. What, are you kidding me? He got divorced and he was paying basically financing Nicole Brown's fucking family. He was taking care of Nicole Brown and her family because of what he did as far as domestic relations was concerned. If we're talking about the murder, if you want to get into OJ Simpson, we could get into OJ Simpson. Because I watched the entire trial. I watched the trial from start to finish, soup to nuts. And I'm gonna tell you right now, you know what got OJ Simpson off? Johnny Cochran was slick. You know, if the glove don't fit, you must have quit. That shit was cute. That shit was hotness. You know what got OJ Simpson off that nobody freaking talks about? Oh, because of the N-word. That's when the N-word thing got popular. He said the N-word, and that's why he got off. No, he got off because when Mark Furman, the detective who found all the fucking evidence, the blood at this crime scene, he found the blood on the, he found all the gloves. He found the glove at the crime scene. He found the footprints. He found he went to OJ Simpson's house. He found the blood on a little bit of blood on the Bronco. Then he found the blood in the Bronco. Then he found the other bloody glove inside the house, inside the compound. He found all of it. He found the blood that was dripped on the ground that had the test, like the test tube blood, the test tube sample to preserve the blood, the preservative in the vial. When they take your blood, there's a preservative inside the vial to help preserve the blood. That was on the ground inside OJ Simpson's house. No setup here. He found all that. And when they got the part where he said the N-word from the therapist, when they brought that in, what he was saying was, I get angry every time I drive down the street and I see N-words and S-words on the corner. I want to kill them all. I want to put charges on them. I have set up people. He confessed in that counseling session that he had planted evidence on people so he could put them in jail. And this is the state star witness. So why did OJ Simpson get off? Because the guy who found all the evidence said that in a therapy session that he's planted evidence on people to put them in jail. That's why OJ Simpson got off. It had nothing to do with the bullshit ass. He uttered the N-word and all of a sudden everybody was outraged and let him go. It had nothing to do with the glove done fit. He must have quit. I'm not even gonna fake, because Johnny Cochran was the shit. He was an excellent attorney. And he did have, and OJ Simpson did have the dream team legal defense. He had a fantastic legal defense, but nothing beats a legal defense more than the case being the case. And if you have a witness, the star witness is on record saying that I will lie and deceive and cheat to get a certain end, then you are going home. That's why OJ Simpson got off. So no, he didn't get a pass. So he got acquitted. Yes, OJ Simpson got acquitted. And it's not as much they put the system on trial as much as, like I said, they put Mark Furman's ass on trial. And Mark Furman was not strong enough to withstand the weight. Not to mention, if you've ever, well, maybe most people haven't. If there's a criminal investigation, right, the likelihood of you finding one person on two, especially a large crime scene and property like a Brentwood estate, from one location to the other, for one person to find all of the evidence, he was finding too much. Nobody else got eyes in their head. Nobody else is noticing shit. Like, you know, dead bodies everywhere. The only person who can see them is Mark Furman. Like, this dude, like, he's sixth sensing the whole time. He talking to dead people and shit. Like, what the fuck? Like, that's not a thing. Like, that's not how it works. That's not how it works. The chain of custody might be cleaner. Like, and there was all kinds. That case had all kinds of problems. The case had all kinds of problems. And it had problems mostly because they rushed to try to get the conviction and rushed to try to, because it was a sensational case and they didn't build the case up. When you're building a case, I've talked about this before, like especially with domestic relations cases and things of that nature. Building a case is like building a wall. You have to do it brick by brick, stone by stone, and you have to make sure everything is lining up properly so that the structure doesn't fall down. If you don't build your case properly with a strong foundation, brick by brick on top of each brick and counterbalancing it, what happens is the defense counsel only has to come in and remove 2 or 3 bricks and your whole case will fall apart. And that's what happened. That's what happened. I mean, to be honest with you, you know, and especially in the 90s when OJ Simpson, all that stuff was going on, everybody tried to turn it into a racial thing that OJ Simpson got off. It wasn't racial. You know what it was? It was financial. That's the difference. OJ got rich people justice. OJ got rich people justice. He didn't get all because, you know, he'll put the system on trial. The system worked how the system's supposed to work. Hold on one second. Because there was another case that was going on at the same time. Who was the guy? It was don't do the crime if you can't do the time. Keep your eye on the sparrow. What is that? That guy. I forget. See, that's the thing too, because there was another actor at the same time. I'm not even gonna bother looking it up because it doesn't matter. You know, there was another actor who was charged at the same fucking time as OJ. I can't even remember his name. I think he played Beretta. Was the name of the show. Let me see. I think it was Beretta. I might be getting myself in trouble. Yeah, Robert Blake. Robert Blake. He got accused of killing his damn wife. And he killed his wife with a gun that is so specific. Like, this gun is a classic gun. Like, I think there was only like 10 of them available and only 3 of them worked in the world. And he had one of them. And his wife was carrying a bullet. His dead wife had the bullet from that pistol. And he got off. And ain't nobody flipping the fuck out now. I had to look his name up. That's how. Because the system worked the way it was supposed to work. It would work the way it was designed to work. It's not about white and black. It's about rich and poor. OJ Simpson, what pissed people off is the fact that OJ Simpson got rich people justice. That's what it was. He got rich people justice. Shit. He had like a excellent legal team. He had all the stops being pulled. People was covering his stuff. Most people, a poor person in that same situation would have been convicted 10 times out of 10, because you never would have had the money to hire somebody to do DNA evidence. You never would have had experts come in to sample and make sure that when you had the blood drops supposedly in your house from Nicole Simpson, and they were like, oh, well, there were blood drops that were located in his house, that somehow he must have killed Nicole, and he must have gutted them like fish and walked away, floated 4 feet off the ground and got out of there. No blood on him, got into a white truck, clean. Like, you know what I mean? Like, there's a lot of weird shit that went on, but nobody would have been talking about any of that stuff. They never would have got Mark Furman's counseling records. That therapy records. That never would have happened. Never. You poor, you never would have saw Mark Furman's therapy records. So the fact that he said he wants to go out and set up black people and Latino people because he hates them, that never would have came into evidence. So your ass would be in jail. If you were poor, you didn't have the money to hire the people to get that stuff in, you would be in jail. Because that's the part of the system that was on trial. You know what I mean? That's the part of the system that was actually on trial. Because he got rich people justice. OJ got rich people justice. And technically, you know, when we sit here and talk about this young lady, she's not getting necessarily rich people justice. She's just getting pretty. She's getting pretty pardons. She got pretty privilege. Because even like the whole conversation she had with the police officers. Oh, I'm being arrested? Why am I being arrested? What are you talking about? I'm a girl. Look at me. I'm on TV. I'm attractive. I'm popular. What do you mean I'm being arrested? Like that privilege. That's privilege. You're shocked that I attacked the guy who's my victim in front of police, and I can't believe I'm being arrested. This is a travesty. I'm gonna drop the link in the chat. Hold on a second. Oh, absolutely. If she was in a trailer, if Taylor lived in a trailer, if Taylor, this is fucked up, and I'm recognizing this. Please don't get mad at me for saying the truth. But if Taylor was 170 pounds, Taylor's ass would be in fucking prison. If Taylor, instead of Taylor being like, you know, the 80 pound woman that she is, 90 pound woman that she is, if Taylor was 175 pounds, Taylor would be in trouble. She never would have been on The Bachelor. She never would have been in the running for none of that stuff. She never would have got popular on Mom Talk. It just is what it is. When she first got in trouble, it would have been a thing. So, I mean, it's like Taylor has some things going for her. You know, people wouldn't be making excuses for her. Like, you know what I mean? It's, you know, it is what it is. But here's the link. I have to try to go into. Let me see if I can get into my other one. Yeah, I used to like that song. Don't do the crime if you can't do the time. That's some good advice. Yeah, I mean, my man saying he's singing to the church on that one. If you can't do the time, don't be fucking around, boy. Just you commit a crime. That's it. That if I can speak to anybody who's thinking about pursuing a criminal lifestyle, that's what I would say to them. Don't do the crime unless you don't do the crime unless you can do the time. Because when you do the crime, you got to plan on getting caught. Do it like you plan that they're gonna catch your ass. Like, hey, I'm gonna get caught and I'm going to jail. And when you go to jail, what's gonna happen? You know what I mean? What you gonna do now? Oh man, I can't get into the this thing is being difficult. Sorry, guys. I can't get into set it up so it'll stay at the top. So if you guys need me to post it again, I can post the link again. Hold on one second. Christina Todd, what's going on? How you doing?
Can you hear me?
Yes, I can.
Okay, this is the first time I've done this.
Okay, no worries. You sound great.
Yeah, I believe the pretty privileged thing with her is just like, I always believe that people who are skinny and pretty, and no matter what anything else, or if you have money too, that just will get you away with things.
Yeah, I
And
believe that.
I actually watch Secret Lives of Mormon Wives.
Hmm.
Um, it's one of the it's trash TV.
Yeah,
Is
yeah.
what it is. But it's just like, yeah, like it's the whole like thing. I just think ABC is like their hands aren't clean. They knew because
Mm,
the whole first season was all about like, her kind of atoning for that incident, and like she describes like what's in the video. And now seeing the video is like a whole different thing. But so I just don't think their hand, like, same with Secret Lives of Mormon, they knew. So like they can't act like they didn't know.
right. No. See, that's the thing too, because I 100% agree. Because I watched it. I'm not going to sit there and be like, oh, what is this show? I've watched it. Right? This show came out of nowhere. No, I've seen it. And you're right. They did go through it, and she was very remorseful about it because at the time she was having to struggle with the fact that she was on probation. And so she was trying to work her way around like the reality of this very serious thing happened to her and she couldn't get herself out of it. Right. And so it was a big deal on the show. And irregardless, it's the position of either we support people, if we're going to make it okay, because everybody deserves, and I want to be very clear about this. Everybody deserves grace. Everybody deserves forgiveness, right? And, in that grace. But forgiveness does not necessarily mean forgetting. And it doesn't necessarily mean that you get invited back in. You understand what I mean? Like, I can forgive you, but that doesn't mean that we're going to go right back. Like, if I found out my wife was cheating on me, I could forgive her, but that doesn't mean we're going to go pick up right back off where we left off at. You understand what I mean? Like,
Yeah,
things are changed, things are different. And I just say that to say this, real quick. I just say that to say this. If we can forgive the fact that she had this incident, that doesn't necessarily mean we have to platform her.
I agree.
You know what I mean?
Like, yeah, I just the whole like, and it's not just this, there's like other stuff with that show. It's just such a mess. I feel like it's gonna get canceled because one of the other girls, it's just, and it's a lot, they're all toxic.
Mm,
I wouldn't want any of them in my lives. Like,
yeah,
it's just
yeah. Well, I mean, absolutely. They're entertaining television, but they are horrible friends. Like they're horrible people, horrible friends. Like these are people that you if I saw them in a bar, I would leave the bar. You know what I mean? I might even go 3 towns over to hang out because there's no way. Because, like you said, there's so much toxicity, and that's kind of what makes this show work. It makes it a good reality show because there's so much toxicity and so much backstabbing, and everybody is like nobody is anybody's real friend. So it kind of makes the show work on that level. But it's just like you said, there's so much like the thing that kind of makes me pause with the show is that at first they spent a lot of time, like in the first 2 seasons, because you watched the show, correct?
yeah.
You're up to date. In the first 2 seasons, it seemed to me, and maybe I got this wrong. I'm reading it wrong. It seems to me like they were running away heavily away from the whole like soft swinging and
Yeah.
sexual stuff. And we're not those type of people, and we're different, and we're committed to our husbands. And then now they've kind of transitioned to the point where, I think it was Demi and other one that looks just like her, Jesse.
Jesse, yeah.
Yeah, where they're like, oh, they might have possibly slept with this person and cheated on their husband, and maybe their husbands are cheating too, and maybe this other stuff is going on, and they're drinking and they're doing a bunch of wild stuff. And so now they're kind of reverting back to what made them popular in the beginning.
Yeah, Demi is being sued by Marciano and all that. He sued her because she said that he sexually something to her, and he's suing her.
Wow, I did not know that. Oh, wow.
Yeah, it's a big thing, and then because she was in the 4th season. Then after they did like the 3rd reunion, all of a sudden she's like gone. And I think she left the show, but I also think they didn't really like, they're trying to distance themselves from that
Right.
because like she's
Wow. Wowie. Wow. 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 Okay. Yeah, because I knew there was because I knew she was saying some things about Marciano, because he's from another show too. I think I forget the show that he's
Vanderpump stuff.
Royal. Yeah, the
And
Vanderpump
like
Rules show.
on the show, like texts that she sent him of stuff I probably can't see on YouTube about like CUM and just something about her sending a picture of her daughter praying, but yet you're saying this person, you know,
Took advantage of
so
you.
it doesn't check the no.
Right, right.
And no one believed her. And so it's, I mean, you can't publicly say those things about people if it's not true.
Yeah, yeah. Well, you know what? It's ironic because I've had that conversation with somebody before. And there is a thing with that false allegation. Even though it's a false allegation, that's that type of allegation that when it's leveled against you, is something that you will carry with you. Because there's always going to be a question or asterisk next to your name. When you have that allegation, there's always going to be people like, well, I don't think he did it, but we don't know. You understand what I mean? Like, it's always going to be that, because nobody ever wants to come out and say, and this is part of the trick of it, nobody ever wants to come out and say that a victim is outright lying. But there's that part where, and because you don't want to come out and say they're outright lying, you might say you don't believe them, or it might not hold a lot of water, or like you said, it doesn't check a lot of boxes. But that does leave a little room that it could be true.
Well, yeah, like with OJ, he was acquitted, but I think that kind of tanked his career. I mean, because I feel like a lot of people felt he was guilty, like even though he was acquitted. Like I think after,
yeah. Yeah, a lot of rich people walking around guilty as sin and free as a bird. You know what I mean? Like it's
you may be free, but that doesn't mean your reputation is sometimes. I think back then, I think it meant more than it does now. I think back then we didn't put up with as much. Like I remember I was in middle school when the President Clinton like scandal happened.
Right.
And compared to, you know, our current president, that was like nothing. Like I just feel like we used to be shocked more by those things. And now it's like we're not even like shocked or surprised by things anymore.
Right. Yeah, because I definitely think that we've calloused over a lot of our outrage, because there was a time like you couldn't even say, like there was a who was it, McGovern, like there was a guy who was running for president. His name was McGovern. He had to drop out. He was actually winning. He was running against I think he was running against Reagan, I want to say. Not Reagan. Yeah, it was Reagan. He was running against President Reagan. And McGovern's wife had a mental breakdown at some point, and she was put in a hospital. And because his wife had a breakdown, he had to resign from running from president. You know what I mean? Like it was like you said, it was a different time. Like if somebody was found, like you found out somebody was drinking too much, they could never hold public office. If they stole something, oh no, we can't do that. But now it's just like it's the Wild West. Like we don't.
I have young kids, and you know, the president, whether you agree with them or not, like, you know, there was always like they at least like were respectable in a way, and you could say that they were decent people, you know, or like you may not have liked their politics, but they weren't like this current situation we have, like my daughter asked, like will be like, well, do you like, you know, the current president? And I'm just like I don't know what to say, because I don't like to use that kind of language with my kids, but it's like you can't even have your kids look up to the president like in any way. I don't think I could say one positive thing.
Well, I mean, I would say this. Even with regard to the president, I have a problem when, whether it's Democrat or Republican presidents or politicians, my biggest problem is that as a country, we tend to hold comedians and night people more accountable for things that they say, as opposed to people who are supposed to represent us and hold policy. And this is on both sides of the aisle. This is across the board. So if somebody tells a off-color joke and they're a comedian and that's their job, all of a sudden I'm supposed to say that person should no longer be in public spaces. But then you have people who will come out and lie to your face. And this guy is actually controlling aspects of your life. And we supposed to pretend like, well, I mean, he has a right to do it. He has a right to lie, but this other guy doesn't. I don't give a shit. Like, I remember when Dave Chappelle, he had a bit where he was talking about like Kanye West. He came out and made a comment about like George Bush don't like black people or whatever during Katrina.
I remember that, yeah. For Katrina, yeah.
And he said, you know what? If it's an emergency, I don't want to hear from a fucking rapper. I don't hear what Kanye West think. You know what I mean? I want to hear about what the governor thinks. I want to hear what the people who are actually making decisions, what they're talking about. I don't care what Jay-Z have to say, what his position on shit is. You know what I mean? Because he's not affecting me. And like same. I don't care what Jon Stewart or the Night Guys have them. They shows I don't even watch. So I don't care what they saying, but I do care what the president's saying. I do care what the Speaker of the House is saying. I do care what the majority leader and the minority leader of both the House and the Senate are saying. Those are people who affect me. My governor, my we had a scandal. Actually, we had a scandal with our person who had national news. They were doing the Roman salute. And so I care about that shit. You know what I mean? That affects me. I don't care about these other people. So yeah, I'm with you.
Yeah, I remember, was it 2007 when Whoopi Goldberg like said something against the war and like she was canceled. Like and nowadays it's like it just, I don't know. I feel like you can it's just interesting.
Right. It's a different time. It's a different time. You know, it's definitely a different time. So yeah, welcome to the new world. You know. But
well, it was good to talk to you. I just have to figure out, I don't know how to get off this thing.
No worries. Thank you so much for calling in. I appreciate you cracking the seal. Let me give you a little something for coming up. First timer. I'm gonna come up with a first time thing. There you go. Thanks for coming out. I appreciate you.
Okay. How do I get out? Do you just drop me?
Yeah, I get you. I got you. All right. Well, thank you so much. Appreciate you coming up. Hello, Christina Todd in the house. Okay. And next up, we have Caramel Cuties in the house.
Hey.
How you been?
It's been a day. It's been a day. But the topic at hand, I don't know. I feel like production don't never do their damn homework because that arrest video of Taylor, Frankie Paul, and Dakota's little scuffle, I guess you want to call it, has been out for years. And the fact that maybe to not that extent, like seeing her throwing the stools and tearing up the house, and the fact that you're even doing that type of arguing and fighting with your children in the home, baby, that is a problem. Like, I don't blame her ex-husband for running and going and grabbing custody of them kids.
Hell no. Like I said, if that was my kid, you wouldn't see them until you might not see them till college.
I need to approve because I know Utah, they do make them do like family, what is it called? Parenting classes.
Right.
I would need to see who approved them through the courts and what she was going to take before I'd even allow unsupervised visits.
Right.
Holy hell. Like, I know at one point she was going to like visit her kids like at her parents' house, her mom and her stepdad's house. But I also now see why in season 2, the stepdad at that little backyard barbecue that they had, family get together, when he talked the shit he talked to Taylor regarding her still wanting to be with Dakota and messing around with Dakota. And she's like, I feel like trash. And you should feel like trash. You should feel lower than trash, you stupid bitch. Sorry. Like, don't get me wrong, in a season of like the Me Too movement, and this again, I spoke a little bit on the speak pipe. See, I'm stuttering my words.
They
The
got you
speak
going.
pipe I left the other day regarding the court case I had to sit on the jury for. It's similar situation. The quote unquote victim, Miss Melissa Doe is what we called her because they didn't want her real name put out there. She is on these police body cam footage, if not like how Taylor actually was a hell of a lot more coherent on her video than what we saw.
Damn.
This woman was like barely get out words. I'm scared for my life. Oh my God. And like kept screaming that at the cops. But she's also got 4 other friends in the room with her. One is she could barely talk because the woman kept pushing the girl's head down into her breast. Like, and one woman on the jury was like, I see them consoling her. I said, I see them telling her what the fuck to say. Right. Like she's whispering in her ear and then she's belligerently screaming and yelling at the cops. And I'm like, dude, I'm all for being a feminist. I'm all for believing a victim, and a victim can be male or female in today's reality, because men can be abused by women too, as we've seen on the video, right? But for somebody to come out and like the whole comment she said, but I'm a girl, I feel like this, and I have a son, and I tell my son all the time, no, we don't hit girls, right? You don't hit your sister. You damn sure don't hit me. You don't hit your cousins. You don't hit your little girlfriends at school. Girl that are friends, not like girlfriends, but we don't hit girls. But I tell my son, if she hits you and you've told a teacher and she continues to hit you and it don't stop and nobody sticks up for you, you knock her ass the fuck out. I don't care if you got to push her. I don't care if you got to swing and hit her with something, because at that point, you are now being abused. And I am saying it is okay to defend yourself. And people tell me that's the wrong advice to give your child. I said, but I'm not raising my kids to be nobody's punching bag.
Right. Well, because even with that, you know, because this is one of the things that I really, really, really want to stress, especially when I understand. Now, I'm not excusing this, and I'm not pardoning. I'm not avoiding it. I understand, especially I'm a big person. I'm a big human being, right? 6'7", you know what I mean? I'm a big person. I get that if I get in an argument with my wife, that we can't go man to man. Like, we're not the same. We're not. Right. However, even with my significant size difference to my lady, if she picks something up, it becomes the great equalizer. That size don't mean shit if she catch me in my throat. You understand what I mean? Like, if she hit me in my throat with a pipe or something, I'm done. I'm done. Got it. I'm out of here. And one of the things that, like, I can even understand what you're telling your son. Like, when push comes down to shove, you tell your son like I tell my son, like I tell my daughter. When push comes down to shove, if the shit start, baby, the only thing I want is for you to be able to come home to me.
That part.
What you need to do to make sure that you can come home, then that's what you need to do. You understand what I mean? Because when you start picking up stools, like metal stools and stuff, like I said, you can kill somebody. I mean, I shouldn't have said that online, but you can put somebody in the dirt fast enough. It don't take much. And how many times have we seen just in the last year, you have young ladies who attack guys, like big guys or whatever, and they pick up a knife. Instead of grabbing the stool, she reach in the damn knife drawer. And she's so angry and out of control, she go at them with a blade. Now
what? Like that model chick, what was it, in Florida, that supposedly unalived her boyfriend by stabbing him with a knife?
Yeah, that's the one I was thinking about. Slumped him. You know what I mean? And she got off.
Did she?
I think so. I think she got off.
I thought there were still, like, her case is still somewhat in litigation, but I could be wrong. I haven't kept up with it in a while. But I know, like, she was interviewed by the police and they let her go. But then later the prosecution picked the case up and she was rearrested.
Right. Yeah, the fact that they, like, that's weird too. Because I mean, like, during the hot summer, you saw a lot of that. Like, people would be unalived. The police would investigate. and then the investigation wouldn't lead anywhere, and they would let the people go. And then all of a sudden, because the film came out or it got, notoriety, then all of a sudden they reopened the case and they discovered this new evidence and somebody had to get arrested. Like,
Right.
but previous to that, nobody was going to jail. Like she would, oh, okay, yeah, I mean, he attacked you? Yeah. Okay.
Right.
You reached in a knife drawer and took his ass out of here. Oh, well, case closed. Your word against his, and he ain't here. So,
Yeah, it just utterly frustrates me on two different levels. One, just because you are the female in the situation doesn't automatically make you the victim, right? In any domestic situation, you said it in your own she said it in her own words. Well, he pushed me and then I hit him, or however she said it. I'm paraphrasing. So the fact is, you admitted you put your hands on him first. And even if he's pushing you off of him, not necessarily pushing you to hurt you, he's, trying to get you back, that's your excuse to escalate and go even further as hard as you did. But again, it still doesn't alleviate the fact that you acted an utter complete drunken ass and your kids are sitting right there watching it.
right.
Which isn't already traumatic and devastating enough for a child. But then to hear that you cracked your own baby with one of them metal stools, you need your ass whooped. I'm sorry. But you're then instantly rewarded with another TV show. Not only that, she got a ton of brand deals in between time.
Right. Well,
Get the
only
fuck
brand
out of here.
deal I heard she lost was Cinnabon. It actually had a brand deal with between like her, The Bachelor, and it was like a bilateral deal between The Bachelor and Secret Lives of Mormon Wives. They pulled out. They said, no, we can't be associated with this bullshit. And they were the ones that pulled out. So but that's the only one I heard of so far. They just drew the line and said, we can't survive this storm.
I could even go more in depth and just say it's not even, what did you guys call it? Like pretty girl syndrome?
Oh, pretty privilege?
Yeah, pretty privilege. I'm going to also say it's white woman privilege, because I don't see no black woman. I'll even use Krishan and Blueface. Do you know how many so-called brand deals Krishan lost when, you know what I mean? Certain videos and stuff were leaked of her going off and fighting with Blueface and whatever else. Like, and she's supposed to be an upcoming rapper. He's a rapper. It's ridiculous. At the end of the day, I don't think none of that behavior should be highlighted in anybody. And I even brought it up right when we're on lunch from deliberations, but I was like, Chris Brown was playing on the radio where we were eating lunch at. And I just happened to say, I feel like people shouldn't be like geared down to their past as long as they've done their bid to society, right? So if he had gone to jail for whatever the incident between him and Rihanna, if he did his time, served his time, it should be a clean slate.
Right.
I don't know why people are always just tied down to the negative, right? And one of the jurors, the main holdout who had a massive crash out and everything else, was like, well, I don't feel that he ever got punished in today's society amongst like the communities, right? She feels that they rewarded him and elevated him after all that happened. And so we ended up looking it up that no, he didn't go to jail, but he was fined heavily and had to do like 3 years probation, which he passed without incident. Okay. So according to what we could see from the case, he served his time. He paid his dues. He shouldn't be held to, just because he had the incident with Rihanna for forever, he's tagged and tailored as, a woman abuser, so to speak, and that he shouldn't be allowed to tour and he shouldn't allowed to be making records or whatever else according to her standards. And I brought up the fact that, hell, we have a current president who's done way worse, convicted, and he's leading the country. So it's okay that he leads the country, but this so-called singer-rapper is supposed to be tied down and held to
a higher standard.
The higher standard. which I think is utterly ridiculous. You
Well,
know what I mean? Like,
yeah, because that's what I was saying earlier about like us holding like entertainers and like comedians and singers to a higher standard than we hold like elected people who actually control and affect our lives. One,
right.
two, when you look at it, like Chris Brown, like I didn't really get into the whole Chris Brown Rihanna story, but from what I remember about the Chris Brown story, it sounded to me like Chris Brown lost that fucking fight in that call. Okay.
Yeah.
Because Rihanna, God bless her, she a Trini, like she from the islands. I think that he got the wrong phone call and picked the shit up and she saw it and went bananas on him? Absolutely. Do I
She
think
spit on him.
yeah, he might have tried to get freaky with her, get a little
Right.
loose with her? Absolutely. But I'm just saying, for what I remember about the injuries, like she had like a bump or something, and he had bit her ass. And,
Yeah.
just in my experience, when you fighting people, if I'm winning, I'm not biting you. You
That
understand what I'm
part.
saying? I've never been the person I was winning. I don't knock you out and be like, higa. You know what I mean?
Right.
It's not a
You
thing.
biting to get away or to
Right.
get free. You're not
And you
biting
lose
just for
it.
the hell of it.
And
Right.
usually you bite
You're
when
not
you're losing
too.
bad.
Look, you're not two and teething trying to figure out if I bite, does it hurt? No.
Right. You try to get loose because she get freaky on your ass. Like, oh, I done bit
Right.
off some more than I can chew. I got higa. Get away from me. Higa. You know, that's how that
Right.
works. And then the other part of it is too, is that we're so quick to like try to hold these standards to them. But at the same time, like you said, if Taylor did something different, and I would even appreciate the fact that if she acknowledged what she did, the fact that it was wrong, I think it would move a lot better. But she's not doing that. She's just basically saying it's not my fault.
No, she's not doing that. And she spent a whole damn season on the show trying to play it and act like proving Dakota's the bad guy.
Right.
Like she was so innocent and so scarred. And that's why I don't remember who she had the conversation with. And they were like, why do you keep going back to him?
Mhm.
Like, what's her name? Not the one that was trying to have a baby that was doing, is it Macy? I'm bad
No.
with the Mormon wives' names. I am. But
Yeah. I think it might have been Macy.
she was trying to like her and Michaela were talking to Taylor, and they were like, why the hell are you still with him? Like, why do you go back to him, let alone have sex with him? Like, you can co-parent without all the extras and just be co-parents. And she was giving, the lame bullshit excuses that they all do, right? When they're
Right.
in horrible relationships and can't leave them alone. But you're trying to paint a picture like Dakota's such, because he was an addict, right? He chose to do drugs in his life, but he's now sober. He's been trying to, get his life back on track, and he's been trying to do right. And at the end of the day, she spent the whole season trashing this man's, not only his name, his freaking reputation.
Mhm.
Because she can't take accountability for the role she played.
Right.
That's the problem. That's the problem. And the fact that she was rewarded another show on ABC that's supposed to be such a family network, bullshit. I don't know. It just pissed me off. But I was willing to watch it. I was about to be down to watch the whole BS. And when I seen the news that it was canceled, at first I was like, maybe they didn't, draw up enough attraction with the promos that they were putting out. But then now, when I found out the reason it was canceled, it was because Dakota finally leaked the full footage of the video.
Yeah.
I was like, well, shit, why the hell didn't the prosecution already have that video in their arsenal when the charges were originally filed the day she was arrested? Like that, I don't know. I get it. He probably didn't want his baby mama stuck having to fight more than she already had to deal with. But ain't no way I'm going to sit back on a TV show and allow you to trash the hell out of me a whole season, and I didn't release that.
Well, because that's the thing too. I think because I think he released it because not necessarily out of self-defense, but just the realization that he was no longer going to be on Secret Lives of Mormon Wives. And
But
she
he
was
stepped
moving
back
on to
off
get
of there,
married.
didn't he?
Huh?
Like he started saying he didn't want to be filmed anymore. So he stepped back off that show. Not that she canceled him. He stepped out.
Oh, okay. Yeah, I didn't know
Yeah,
he's that
he
kind of like.
like the reunion show because they try to do the little spinoff of the husbands and the boyfriends on Dad Talk next to
Oh
Mom Talk. And so like he stopped coming around doing Dad Talk videos. So he kind of took himself out of that realm of filming and basically didn't want to be filmed anymore. So if that's the case, again, I don't feel like I don't know personally. I don't follow them like on their Instagrams. I don't follow them when their seasons aren't airing on Hulu. But I feel like he probably got tired of being trash talked and was like, fuck it. I'm gonna let it out.
Right, right. Well, I mean, like I said, it's if you're an ex and that's your baby mama or your baby daddy, you're like, you know what, F them. Like you ain't gonna be on TV and famous, and I'm here trying to figure it out. We're gonna be put together. And that
Right.
shit happens too. That happens too. You
Well, I
know?
think part of it too, because Taylor's mom gives him a lot of grace, right? And that pisses Taylor off from what we saw on film on the show. Like she didn't like that, when they argue, whatever else, her mom would somewhat take his side. And
Right.
so I'm sure he had a lot of backing behind making the decision to let it out. Again, my biggest pet peeve is I don't like to be lied upon.
Mm.
Don't lie on me, especially when I got proof to counteract the lies you're trying to tell,
Right.
baby. And I'm petty as hell. We gonna go round for round, boo, but I promise you gonna lose.
Mm-hmm.
That's
Especially when
just
I got
me.
my evidence in 4K. Like,
That's just me. Right. The video clear as day.
right, it's coming out.
Clear as day.
Well, because
Who you want me to send it to? TMZ? Sarcasm, page
even
6, Reddit. I'm posting on all them damn channels. Don't play with me.
because even with that, like ABC could have found those videos because they would have been part of the record because Taylor or Dakota was showing the cop. That's one of the things I had to cut out some of the police interaction. But during the
Mhm.
course of the police interview, he was showing the cop because he was afraid he was going to jail.
Yeah.
Excuse me. So he showed the cop the video that I showed at the beginning. He showed the cop that. So the cop was like, don't erase that. Don't do nothing with it because the DA is going to ask for that. And that's now evidence. So that's part of the evidence package that the DA had supplied to the court. So if the ABC was even slightly interested in actually doing any type of background check, they would have seen that damn video. Like that
Now,
video
see,
that's
it's
not new
been
to them.
other contestants, and even I think it was somebody who they like were going to request to be like a host for the show. And they said that they had to go through an extenuous, like FBI background
Right.
for the Bachelorette.
Because it's too much money. Like that's the
Right.
whole thing. When they look, I don't be a dick, but like I've done program like shows like that. Not even big shows like that. I've done smaller projects than that, and I'm telling you, they go back and they look. They look, and if they find anything, they'll get rid of you because they
Mhm.
don't want this shit to blow back on them because it's too much money. Like it's way too much money for them to be playing around with. And this show is like millions of dollars of like publicity and production costs and everything else that they put into this show for them to turn around and cancel it. Here's my thing, and I'm going to drop a little bit of a little superstition and prediction. Here's my thing. I think that this video is the tip of the damn iceberg. I think something else. I think there's going to be another shoe that drops within the next month or so that has
Really?
to do with Taylor. I think so because they should have already, most of these big networks, they already planned for this. They should have.
Mhm.
You know what I mean? It'd be completely malpractice if they didn't. But I think there's something else that because the show is about to air. And for them to pull the show off and be like, you know what, we're not even going to move forward to it. I think it's something bigger. I
Mhm.
do. I think something bigger is about to drop.
I
'Cause they're
wouldn't be shocked.
Yeah,
I'm gonna
because
be
they're trying
honest.
way too much to get ahead of this. Because you're
I
already
wouldn't
in
be
it.
shocked
Yeah.
because it don't make sense how it's already filmed, right? Production is they've already invested all the money into that show. to not benefit from all the money that they put out there.
Right, right. And especially if you think about it, if this was all that was out there, right? This video came out and everybody was talking about it. Why wouldn't they do the damn season?
Mm-hmm.
This would be a blowout season for them because everybody is talking about it. So we will watch the damn season because we want to be able to comment on it.
Right.
Because everybody's talking about it now. This potentially could have been the biggest Bachelorette season ever if they just would have came out. That's why I think that there's something else. Like it had to be something that was so bad for them to say, you know what, we're gonna walk away from millions of dollars, which nobody in Hollywood is ready to walk away from millions of dollars. Yeah.
Right.
So that's why I'm like, I don't know. That's just my suspicion. I could be wrong. But like I said, my spidey sense is tingling. I was like, nah, I'll play it because the shit is already done. And y'all should have, and you knew. I'm not even gonna say you should have known. Y'all knew about the video, you knew about the abuse. You had to know that at some point it might come out that this was what happened. You had to know that. Like that's, it's like if I if I was going to do Marvel, speaking of which, we'll talk about Marvel in a second. If I was going to do a Marvel movie and I knew I had a X-rated project that I shot like 10 years ago, as soon as my face hits Times Square on a billboard, that video is coming out. You know what I mean? Vanessa Williams back in the day when she won the lost Carmel Cuties. But Vanessa Williams back in the day when she won Miss America. And she did nude pictures before she was famous, before she got started early in her modeling career. She did some nude photos. And as soon as she won Miss America, those photos came out. Wow. Because that's what happens, If you got it, you releasing it. And the other part is, welcome back.
Yeah, sorry, my phone died. I was running to get to the charger and it went from 5% to 0.
Yeah, right. Like doop doop.
Yeah, it clicked out quick. So I was like, damn it.
But like I was talking about Vanessa Williams, as soon as she got on Miss America, they came out with the pictures that she shot like 5-6 years beforehand when she was first doing modeling.
Mm-hmm.
Then I also noticed, and we could talk about it because we talk about like complexion for the protection. I also noticed two things. First thing, when we talk about, there's a certain level of privilege there just because, Taylor is a woman who has 2 baby daddies, 3 kids from 2 baby daddies.
That part.
Right? What Bachelorette, can you imagine a universe where a Bachelorette is a black woman or a Latin woman, 2 baby daddies, 3 kids?
Stop.
You know what I mean?
You lost it right there. Just let it go. It's not happening. She'd have to deny some of her kids in order for that to happen.
Right.
And she damn sure can't admit that she got that many kids while filming.
Right.
Hold on, pause. Have we even heard of any bachelor or bachelorette outside of the Golden Bachelor and Bachelorette that have children?
No.
All the seasons I've watched, it seems like they single individuals.
Right. Single and ready to mingle.
Right. So the fact off top that she was damaged goods coming into filming is a problem.
Yeah, you came in used goods.
And I mean, hey, I have 2x2. Well, shit, 2x3 if you want to be real. And I'll explain that because the biological daddy ain't shit. So the god daddy stepped up. So therefore, like I said, I got 2x3.
Right.
If I were to apply for the Bachelorette, I probably wouldn't even make it to the interview stage, let alone to be on the stage and actually film it.
Right.
Like chalk it up. It would never happen.
An opportunity to mess up because you got into a fight.
Right.
But there's another thing that's kind of a little wretched to me. She had this whole thing that they knew about, Disney knew about, because this is a Disney thing. And they put her up anyway. What about Jonathan Majors?
Oh,
remember, bro, man from he played Kang the Conqueror on the Marvel movies.
Yep.
He got into an argument with his girlfriend Chris Brown. That shit. He got a text me. I don't know why these dudes be looking at their phones and shit, but they know they get crazy messages from women, and they in the car with their lady. But he got a crazy ass text message from one. Wish I was with you, kissing you right now. And his girlfriend lost her fucking mind, and she started attacking him in the car. He jumped out the car. She jumped out the car after him. He pick her up, put her back in the car, try to close the door. She jumped out the car, and then he took off running. This dude running away from her.
Away from her.
Down the street. And he was arrested. Later, he was arrested. They charged him with the crimes. He tried to press charges on her. They said they didn't believe him, and they convicted him of misdemeanor offenses. The day after he was convicted, Disney fired his ass.
Yep, quickly.
Yep, the day after he was, and that is, like I said, that's the subtle difference. That's the subtle difference because
Look,
man,
he
ran away. He ran for blocks.
That seal wasn't even dried from the judge stamping that damn conviction, and they was like, he gotta go.
Right. Because I watched that video, and my man, like, I was gonna put it on like as part of my package, my video package. He ran for blocks, hauling ass, and she was chasing behind him for a while, and then she walked him down like a Michael Myers, Jason Voorhees special.
This gonna be a racial comment for real, but he ran like his name was Kunta Kinte.
Yeah,
he was trying to get to Harriet Tubman and the Underground Railroad before the slave masters caught him.
He was trying to get out of there.
He was out.
He's trying to be free, but
he was out. He should join the track team, the Olympic track team, because he was out.
Yeah. All that road work he did for Creed, my man put that shit to use because he was running his ass off. He was running for his life. But
look what happened.
Yeah, it didn't work.
He still ended up going down.
Yeah.
But from what I heard, I didn't pay attention to all the legal legalities, because some folks will go and try to find like the court paperwork after everything's over and done with, and some, content creators will put it out there. Well, supposedly the prosecution had text messages from him threatening her. Now, I tell my children and anybody under the sun who will listen, never put shit in writing.
Right.
Because it comes back to bite you in the end. You may think you sending a simple text like, oh, if you don't stay with me, I can unalive myself. Or, oh, if you don't do this, I'm going to do that. Right? There you go. Now that becomes evidence. CYA. Cover your ass. Stop putting shit in writing that can come back to bite your button later. But these folks, I'm not arguing with nobody via text. You want to argue with me, we going old school, face to face, toe to toe. I'm not putting nothing in text. You get to texting me talking crazy, I'm going to send you an okay, a couple laughing emojis, and I'm putting my phone down. I'm not.
Right.
Because one thing you'll never do is bring a printed out page to court talking about this is what she said and this is what she did, and now I feel threatened for my life.
Well, because the whole thing is too, like, you get caught up in that bullshit.
What, worked against Mr. Majors, because she had already had the package printed up and ready to roll and handed it over. So, yeah, the aggravated harassment charge. There you go. Because shit was printed. She just pulled up, the voicemail messages that he left, crying or whatever else to her. And so at that point, it didn't matter that he might have been the victim that particular day, but what he did days prior made her the victim.
Right. Well, that and the fact that, like I said, it was what I was saying earlier, because when I was talking about the videos before, and you always kind of slide into that justification especially when there's when there's a woman who is the one who is the assaulter. There's always kind of the feeling of you saying, well, I know the relationship is a mess and he probably does stuff too. And then somehow when that equation comes out that she starts it, and in this instance, I see where she jumped on his ass and did all this to him. And you say, well, there's probably been incidences before where he did the same thing or he started too. But we never do it. At least I never do it the exact opposite way. Like if I see a man, pummeling a woman, I don't say, there's probably times she jump on his back too. I've never said that. You know what I mean? And I think
I see your mouth moving, but I can't hear you. I don't know what happened. I think my my settings are off some kind of way, but again, I see your mouth moving, but I can't hear what you just said.
Oh, can you hear me now?
Let's try this. Let me see. Can you hear me?
I can hear you. Can you hear me?
I seen your mouth say, I can hear you, but I can't hear you. No,
Uh-oh.
I don't know what's going on. So I don't know if you have other callers on the line. I may have to call back in later, but I can't hear you, and none of my settings seem to be working to undo whatever was done. I don't know what happened. But it's
Yeah.
only on my iPad. It acts simple. So the joys of Apple products, huh? I'm
Right,
not a
right.
fan as it is, but it was a Christmas gift, so I gotta deal with what I got. But I don't know. I'm trying to adjust my settings and it ain't working.
Yeah, technology is not your friend. Can you guys in the chat? Can you guys hear me? Give me a 1 in the chat if you can hear me.
Now it's saying if I'm having issues, restart. So I don't know. I will go out and try to come back in, I guess. I don't know what's going on.
All right. Yeah, but let's see. Yeah, I got some ones. Awesome. Yeah, I just think that that's one of the weird things about it because like I said, it's my own prejudice too. Like I'm part of the society that when I say that this is part of the problem, I guess I'm part of the equation. I'm part of the problem too. Because, you know, it should be either way, it should be unacceptable. It should be unacceptable. If just because you won today doesn't mean you get a pass because yesterday you were in a bad spot. So, I mean, that's just kind of how I'm seeing it. And that's how I'm viewing it, because I just think that it just highlights how much we're willing to tolerate and how much we're willing to let go. And that's one of the issues I had. And even when I talk about like Jonathan Majors, if Jonathan Majors is having problems with hello, Karma Cuties.
I guess I'm back. Hi.
Hey, can you hear me?
Yes, I can hear you.
Oh, okay. Yeah, I was just saying, like, if with a lot of what's going on now, if we have a position where like Jonathan Majors or even Taylor or whoever, if they're having issues, it shouldn't matter that yesterday they were a victim and today they're the perpetrator, or vice versa. Like it's just like what behavior. Like, and this goes back to what I was saying before. I'm not saying that she doesn't deserve grace. I'm not saying she doesn't deserve forgiveness. I'm not saying that we can't. She always has to be beholden to this one time when she act a fool. I'm just saying that, like, what I want to see is I want to see some work. I want to see some change. I want to see something different. I don't want to just hear you come out and talk about like how this was an unfortunate thing and it's just him, my relationship with him, because that is not a situation. By how she was acting, like I said, if this was a man, I would be saying the same fucking thing. By how she was acting and the way she was conducting herself, this is not your first rodeo. This is not the first time you put your hands on your partner. You know what I mean? And the only thing that's going to happen is you get rid of Dakota and the next man, you're going to be doing him the same damn way you was doing Dakota and the dudes before him. So you got to fix yourself.
I said the same thing in the chat not too long ago when you first started speaking on, the whole situation. I said, I don't understand. And this doesn't just go for Taylor. I watched Love is Blind. I watched Married at First Sight, different dating shows, right? And never makes sense to me why these people go on these dating shows outside of wanting fame and notoriety, right? Why the hell would you come on a show that's looking for love and dating that ultimately can end to marriage, right? Because isn't the end of the Bachelorette usually a marriage proposal? But you go on these things and you're not healed.
Right.
One thing I can say proudly as a single individual, single meaning not married, not looking, not in a relationship. In between my last serious relationship and where I'm at right now today, I've done a shit ton of work on myself. I reflect on what went wrong. I take accountability for my part that I played in my last relationship, right? And what I could do better moving forward, because God knows I don't want to take the baggage from the last relationship into my next one, especially being in my 40s. I feel like how Christine said, oh, dating in your 50s is not easy. It's shit. Dating in your 40s ain't easy. Dating in your 30s ain't easy. And I think dating in your 20s is just to have fun. Those are your fuck up years, right? Any and everything you gonna do that's crazy and just ridiculously out there, you get it out the way in your 20s. But to have all this excess shit going on in your life, and then to try to add in, now you want to date. The fact that you are a single mom, you're about to attract a ton of men from all walks of life who may have the same type of emotional baggage you have. And now, outside of the TV cameras, you may be bringing this man around your children. Not knowing if, you know what I'm saying, he might be a PDF file. It could be a whole lot of shit. And just how you got through them background checks, so the hell did he. Because obviously a psychological exam is not on them damn background checks, because it should be, if you want to be real. But these folks go on these shows and they're all types of fucked up.
Yeah. Well, I mean, again, I think that's what makes the show. I think that's part of the attraction they have for them. But at the same time, you know, there's an old saying, if you keep doing what you've been doing, you're going to keep getting what you've been getting. And
I got one even better than that. The definition of insanity is doing the same thing over and over again and expecting different results.
Right. And at the same time, it's just one of those, you know, if you're not working on yourself, you're not improving, you're not changing the type of partner you're getting. You're just changing the roster name. So it'll be the same type of person, the same type of player. They're going to play the same position. You're going to be playing the same damn game. And then at the end of it, you're going to talk about, woo, I wish I was doing this different. And everybody keeps doing the same thing. And men ain't shit, blah, blah, blah. But you're the one who hasn't changed. And the biggest crime in that whole situation is that if you don't do what's necessary in order for you to get a better outcome for yourself, you're going to mess around without the proper preparation. You're going to meet the person who is going to be your person, and you're not going to be ready for it. You're not going to be ready for that relationship, and you're going to miss out on opportunity.
Plus, I'll add to that, and I guess just the mother in me, I'm always thinking like this. Well, everything I do, my child is watching me. And I know her children are a lot younger than where my children are at, right? I got teenage and an adult. Hers are still little, like elementary school, if all of them are even in school, right?
Right.
And the fact that you also have a daughter, and your daughter is looking and going to mirror what you're showing her. And by a rotation, I'll say, an open door of men coming in and out, mom crashing out over these men, because God forbid that they look at another girl while at the mall with you, then you're crashing out about that. Or, you know, she spazzes out about little shit that on TV I don't feel is even crash out worthy. But because she's unhealed, this is what she's doing. And because you're constantly crashing out, what do you think your child is going to do? You're showing your sons that it's okay to be this female, because that's the females they're going to attract and date. I just told my sister-in-law, because everybody out there knows what's going on with my niece. And, you know, we had a conversation that was probably 14 years overdue. But I let her know, I said, you're telling me you're in a loveless marriage that you've been in for 18 years. And you're painting the picture that my brother ain't this and he doesn't contribute the way he's supposed to. And I asked her, I said, so why keep him around? I'm not my brother's keeper. I'm not that type of female. I'm not that type of sister. If my brother is a genuine fuck up, I'm going to check him for being a fuck up, especially when it comes to his children. And her excuse was, well, one, in this economy, Southern California, it's hard to, you know, try to run a household with 4 kids. I need his financial support. Well, hold on, sweetie. You just told me he's not contributing the way he should be financially anyways. So if he's not contributing what you need, again, why are you keeping him around? Do you see how crazy it sounds? well, I really don't want my kids to think their dad's a trifling individual. Baby, just say you love him and start right there, right? I get it. Y'all are, you love him, you can't let him go. You damn sure don't want to let him go. He gets his life together and he starts to do right for the next female because you've endured the hell with him. So you don't want him to have the good parts of his life with anybody else. I understand. I get it. But by holding on and he ain't making no changes, you're only contributing to the downfall of what your children are going to think relationships are supposed to be like. You think you're helping your kids, you're harming them in the long run.
Well, you give them improper data. So they come in and see, here's the thing too, is that it doesn't always mirror back. Because like if in Taylor's case, she may look at it and say, well, my daughter might see me fighting with these men, and what she sees is her mom being a badass. But what you're actually introducing to your daughter is violence in relationships is okay and it's
Right.
acceptable, which means, and here's the thing, and you know, I know we have, like, especially as Americans, we have this love affair and romance with violence. You know, I've you know played. I guess I participated in that too. I tell jokes about violence all the time, but when push them down to shove, violence is a real thing, and when you see real violence, there's nothing pretty or funny or cute about it. You
At
know,
all.
and violence has a way of changing from what your intention is. Like, so you say, I'm gonna go in here and I'm gonna jump on this man, and he ain't gonna hit me back because that's not what men's supposed to do. In true violence, there are no rules. Because if
Right.
you know, let's be honest, if we could come up with rules, we shouldn't be fighting in the first place. If we can agree on rules, then we don't need to be fighting because we have points of agreement, right? But in
Right.
true violence, there's no such thing as like a fair play, or what do they say, fight fair. There's no such thing as fighting fair. There's fighting to
All
win.
fair and love and war. Isn't that
Right.
what they say? Yeah.
Yeah. It's fighting to win. Like, I fight to win. I don't fight to, like, so I could be like, yes, I did that the right way. I fight to win. I fight so I can come home. If I got into a scrape, if I was out at the mall or driving down the street and somebody started shit with me, my whole purpose would be to get home. So if that means I got to do what I got to do, then it's gonna get done. You know,
I'm gonna
that's
start
fine.
saying that. Thank you. You gave me a new mantra to say. I'm fighting to get home. There we
Right.
go.
Right. I'm coming home. So I got people depending on me and waiting for me at the crib. So
Right.
gotta go. You gotta go.
I mean, I've always told my kids in any and every situation, if it's a school shooting, if it's a hostage situation, anything, partial kidnapping, right? Attempted, somebody has to live to tell the story.
Right.
So I know at one point in time, here in the Bay Area, especially, I know you probably hear and see stories about kids in Oakland and they're at a party and the party gets shot up. Well, baby, make your way out, get your way to the car. I tell them, if we get separated and something happens, the meeting spot, the phone numbers, you keep your phone charged and live to tell the story. Somebody got to live to tell the story. So to sum that up, we fighting to get home.
Right.
We
Exactly.
fighting to make it home. That's it.
I'm
That's
coming
all.
home. You know, and that's what it's got to be. But you get them used to seeing that, like, especially kids, you get them used to seeing that violence in the house. So, and let's be honest, especially these guys now, I don't know what, I'm a girl. I don't know what dudes you looking at, but these guys out here now, they are not running with chivalry. Like,
Not
these
at all.
guys are different. Like, these young men are built different. So I don't
I
trust
see.
that shit
I
at
seen
all.
some kids at the mall, and it was just, I don't know. I guess it was a girl and her boyfriend. I don't know if they had funk with the boy or what. But he was a scrawny little boy, tall as all get out. He had to be over 6'5", but he's scrawny, maybe 100 pounds when wet, maybe. And the girl, she had a little weight on her. She a little thickums. But you could tell she was a little nervous and she kept telling him, like, stop talking, let's just go. She's pulling his arm, telling him to go. And it was a group, maybe about 3 or 4 boys. When I tell you one of them boys threw his backpack down and squared up, why did he turn around and push the girl so she could fight? And she started swinging. I said, oh, hell to the no. Couldn't have been me. Because instantly in that moment, the minute I feel like you talk shit, you should be able to back it up. And if you can't back it up, then shut the hell up. Don't say nothing.
Right.
It's
Damn sure
okay to
don't
put
pull
your
me
head
into
down and
that.
walk away.
Don't
But the
pull me
fact
into
that
that.
you talk shit, you pumped it up and got them irritated and aggravated and then pushed your girlfriend to fight your battles? Nah, bruh. That's not what we do. I hope she has some brothers that knocked his ass out that night when they got home.
Well, like I
These
said,
kids built different. They built way different
yeah,
because couldn't have been me, wouldn't have been me. No, ma'am, no, sir, no turkey. Not happening.
yeah, I couldn't do it. But again, you got to be careful because some of these guys, like I said, I have a rule where I don't put my hands on women. Some of these guys don't ascribe to that same rule. I'm just saying,
Oh,
like,
no.
real talk. They just don't. So
I've seen guys get rejected when they ask a girl for their phone number and the girl politely be like, no, I have a boyfriend. No, thank you. No, thank you. And he don't like being told no. And he turns around and hits her.
mm,
And I was like, well, damn, if he asks me, I'm going to just have to tell him, put that in the trash. I'm going to just have to tell him, hell, give him a fake number because I'm not getting
yeah,
hit.
yeah,
Because you
right,
can't take rejection. Like, nope, we're not doing that.
yeah, right. 555.
But yeah, it was a party line number back in the 90s that I remembered that was like it looked like a regular phone number with a regular area
Yeah,
code, not an 800 number. I gave him the party line number. Then when, back when we had pagers, right? I'm telling my age, of course. So once the cell phones started coming around, them fools would be like, well, hold on a minute and try to call the number right then and there. So then I had to remember somebody's pager voicemail number and give them that number because they couldn't get my phone number.
right.
But again, folks is built different. I don't know. It circle back to Taylor Frankie Paul. I don't get it. Like, there's no way. I've had a brief moment of reality TV, right? Very brief, late 90s, early 2000s. I went on a court TV show called Morals Court. And if you try to look the episode up, you probably can't find it. Thank God. But, it was a made up situation, which was at the time I told the producers that, I cheated on my boyfriend, who was my best friend's cousin, who is now the father of my son. But at the time, it was I cheated on him because she told me he was cheating on me already. That was the moral cause, right? And you go to court and the judge has to prove, was I morally wrong for the cheating act, or was the best friend wrong because she knew he cheated on me first and only told me so that I could cheat back, basically.
Right.
So I won the court case. I was morally in the right. She was in the wrong because she knew he cheated first. But whatever. That was embarrassing because, of course, they played it every spring break for about 2 years. At the time, him and I had broke up, and I started dating a new guy whose parents were both pastors, and I'd go to their house for Sunday dinner every Sunday. And you know how embarrassing it is to hear the dad who's a pastor be like, well, I saw TV today and I turned on Moral Court, and lo and behold, there you were. And it's a case about cheating. And so I have to try to, it was made up. The story's not real. I really didn't cheat. We told production that's what it was. Supposedly her and I were beefing, but they put us on the same flight, tickets right next to each other on American. They put us in the same limo that picked us up at the airport and drove us to the hotel, and they put us in the same hotel room. They put us in the same dressing room in the background. So let me know that reality TV is not so much real reality. I had my taste. I don't need no more. There's no way in hell I would put all my dirty laundry on a television screen for any amount of money. I tell people I know how to live broke. I'm good. Like, I don't need a quick, I call them get rich quick reality schemes, because it's not like an MLM. But it's so many people who are willing to go on reality television. Look at the 90 Day Fiancé series. Damn sure Love during and after lockup, or before lockup. I think that's one of the ones too. Like, so many people are willing to put their shit out there, and you toe up.
Yeah.
And then want to come on their Instagrams or Facebook socials later crying, oh, that's not me, and this is not real, and I got a bad edit, and that. I don't know why you even upset, because you knew this was the outcome before you ever got in front of the camera.
Right. You know what it was. Or you should have. You should have
You
known.
should have done your homework. But
Right.
since you didn't, like, this is what you get. And then now, you get bad backlash, and it's still, I can't take shit. I feel like Taylor got the Robin syndrome. They can't take accountability to say their life. So it's always everybody else's fault and they're the victim. And that's not the case. Maybe it's people just from Utah. No offense, but
Right. Right.
I don't know. Or maybe it's those with just the Mormon background, not to offend all the other Mormons out there that may be normal and don't go through this type of bullshit. But
You gotta
it
call
just,
in and represent Mormon people.
and if I'm offending you, I can apologize, because I'm saying it jokingly, but secretly there's some truth to what I'm saying that I believe, because it's not making sense. Like, why would y'all? I don't even know why she would want to be the Bachelorette, first and foremost. But the fact that she went through with it, got on the camera, did whatever she did, knowing that, you know what I'm saying? Somebody had a clip of her acting a fucking fool.
Right. Yeah, she knew it was out there. But I guess she thought she was covered because, privilege. She thought she was
I guess,
she was
whatever.
covered.
But
She thought ain't nobody gonna
now
come
you
out and talk to
on
me because I'm cute.
now you on Entertainment Tonight, and what's that other one? E and whoever else will listen, Access Tonight, and trying to plead your case as if, that video isn't what it is. And you can't say it's AI, right? It's truthful. So it just makes her look extremely bad and in a bad light, that she should still genuinely get some help.
Right, right.
And if she is in therapy, her therapist ain't working, it's time to fire him and get a new one. Because I feel like if you're in therapy, the first thing you're going to do is take accountability, and you're not. So that tells me your therapist ain't doing what they're getting paid to do.
Right.
Time to get another one. Because mine holds me accountable. She don't even let me switch topics before being like, hold on, back it up. Say that again. And what was your reaction? What should you have said? What should you have done? And it makes me look at the whole situation way differently. And at times I'm pissed off, like, hold on, you're supposed to be on my side. But no, It's real, and it's real advice, and it's real help to lead to real healing. So if y'all therapists ain't out there holding y'all accountable, get new therapists.
Say start
Just
over.
saying. Just saying. But yeah, I don't know. I do have a question for you, though.
Sure.
As a father,
Mhm.
if this happened, and I don't, I'm not trying to foreshadow against your children, so please don't take it as such.
No,
But
no.
if this was your daughter's situation, would you have advised her to go on The Bachelorette?
No. But my whole thing would have been, because she had the whole disruptive marriage thing. And
Mhm.
even the guy Dakota, who she's having a dysfunctional relationship with, is blaming part of the dysfunction of their relationship on the fact she hasn't gotten over her marriage yet.
Mhm.
So by the time you get through Dakota, baby girl, we need to stop. We need to stop. We need to take a step back. We need to refocus on what's important, what it is, who you are first. Because I think that's a huge part of it. You got to figure out who you are before you try to figure out how you fit into a relationship with somebody else. So
Mhm.
you gotta figure out, refocus on you to figure out who you are, what you want, what your objectives are, and what fits with you, so that way we can move forward with you trying to potentially find somebody who you can date, and spend your time with. Because otherwise, all you doing is, and my concern as a parent would be, if I was this young lady's dad, my concern would be, baby girl, I don't want you to just keep going out, meeting men, having babies with these men, and then turn around breaking up with them and just wash, rinse, repeat. And at the end of it, we just sitting here with a bunch of kids and a bunch of baby daddies and nothing to show for it. And you're just still sitting here miserable. Because every time you do that to yourself, especially you go out and you keep reinventing that same old broken ass wheel, you're only increasing your pain. You're only increasing your torment, and you're only increasing the amount of time and amount of work you're going to have to do to try to heal yourself. So the more further you go out, the further you gonna have to come back. So like we need to stop. Like that would be my whole thing. And we just have to stop. Like, please, let's just stop for a minute. Let's get our breath, get our arms around this shit because this is not the move. This is not the move.
I can appreciate that advice coming from a father because a lot of men don't even like to touch on these type of situations.
Yeah, I think it's
Like,
important. Though. I do think it's important because men,
like,
especially, we gotta fucking get our shit together and become more emotionally aware and, and more emotionally intelligent in order for us to be able to match up with our partners in a more productive way. Because otherwise, it doesn't do it like an emotional part. Having one partner who's like emotionally together and knows what they want, and the other partners just kind of out doing their thing. That shit ain't gonna work. I mean, that's like trying to fit a round peg in a square hole. You know, it's just not gonna fit. You know, so we both got to be. We both have to be. Like I never like the what's it saying? You complete me. I have to be a whole ass person, and I have to be in a relationship with another whole ass person for us to be a couple. I can't be half a person and they half a person because then we only at most make one person, and that shit is not gonna work because we split between two people. You know, so like I think it's important that we work on ourselves first and then go out because we can make a mess of people's lives too, and I don't want to be that guy either. Like, I don't want to
right.
make a mess of somebody else's life. You know, especially somebody I supposedly care about. Like I
Hmm.
care about you. I want the most for you, but I'm not gonna work on myself to be the best me that I can be to match the best you, you know, to honor that sacrifice that you're making. Like I think it's disrespectful.
I can appreciate the advice that you give because what I do remember in, I know Taylor's case, that didn't her dad like walk away from her at a young age? Her biological dad?
I think so, yeah. I think the guy who's with her now is her stepdad.
Yeah, he's her stepdad. And I mean, I think he may be a provider. Like he's going to financially make sure she's okay. But I don't think he's emotionally attached to her.
Right, right.
And what I mean by that is, I don't think he gives her that loving fatherly advice that she one deserves and needs. But I think it's just he does the bare minimum when it comes to her. And it could be we're only seeing it the way it is now because she's an adult constantly making poor choices.
Right.
And he might be fed up and tired, right? He might have felt like I've spoken enough, I'm sick of talking, I'm gonna just let you do what you need to do. But from what I see, I don't feel like I don't think he genuinely gives a fuck about her, honestly. I think he loves the grandkids, but I think he just tired of her shit. And I think he's to a point now where he's just like, you know what? I'm going to just call you a hoe to your face and let you figure it out.
Right. Right. Well, because
But
I think there's that removal part too, where he's, you know, it's not my daughter. So I did the best
yeah,
I can. You know, she's gonna be who she is, and I'm, you know, whatever. Because he doesn't have, like, he might not have that complete emotional investment in her. So it's
and that
easier
to me
for,
is hard to watch
yeah,
because you can tell a lot of her issues, especially surrounding men, are daddy issues.
right, right, right.
Like I
Well,
had an amazing stepfather until about the age of 11, 12. And that's when he started to become very detached. And that's around the time him and my mother started having their marital issues. So him and her split. He took his two biological children, but left the two stepchildren that he had raised and loved since the ages of 2 and 5.
mm,
So it just became like, all right, all these years I had a father who loved and guided and was more Mr. Mom and more attentive than my actual mother was, to now have absolutely nothing was hard. And then he came back around when I was about 17. But at this point, like his life had spiraled way out of control. But he was like, well, I'll always be here for you. How when you weren't? And you
right,
haven't been. And
right.
now you're not even in a physical or mental capacity to even uphold the words that are coming out of your mouth. But I learned early on having daddy issues didn't always make me pick the right men off top. And so, again, I think she's going in the same pattern over and over again because she hasn't genuinely dealt with the deeply rooted issues inside of her. And I ain't nobody's psychologist. This is not a professional opinion, but when you go through enough in life and you start seeing others who go down kind of the same pathways that you've been through, you kind of see where it's going to end up at. And unfortunately, for the joys of us who, subscribe and watch and pay attention, we're subscribing and paying to watch a train wreck happen over and over again.
Right. Well, she's old faithful because until she gets the help she needs, she's always going to crash out.
Exactly.
You know what I mean? It's just like, even if they put the wheels back on, they don't put all the lug nuts on. And so she's going to crash out sooner or later. And it's sad to watch because ultimately, like because I wouldn't even just put it on the dad. Because watching her mom it seems like she's more interested in Taylor's fame than she is in Taylor's best interest and mental health.
Oh, I agree 1,000%.
Yeah, because she's always trying to get in front of the camera and say something. Like she even got the plastic surgery and shit to try to look more like Taylor. Like it's just like it's sad. Like it's sad to watch because realistically, what Taylor needs, and I remember when I was a kid, like between Michael Jackson getting in trouble all the time, Mike Tyson and them guys, I came up with a thing where I was like, I have a business proposal. I'm gonna be James, friend to the stars. Like you hire me, I'm gonna be the friend who sit there and be like, Mike Tyson talking about, yo, man, we gonna go to the club. No, we not. We're gonna take these, we go to the club and be like, yeah, let's take these girls back to the hotel. No, Mike, no, we're not doing that dumb shit. Cause you got a target on your back. Cause as soon as you walk in one of them hotel rooms, somebody gonna make an accusation, you gonna cost you $5 million, Playboy.
Right.
So, nope, we're not doing that. And she needs what she really needs beyond the reality star fame and everything else. She needs somebody who's real in her corner, like somebody who's actually looking out for her in her best interest and give her like the straight dope. Like, no, that word on the curb is you fucking up.
I feel honestly, even if somebody was real with her and just brutally honest, pulled out all stops, right? I don't think she would listen.
No. Well, because she has too many. Well, I mean, that's part of it too. Because she has too many people she can confidently rely on to use her for whatever it is they need from her. So they'll give her whatever she wants. But she has to be like, she has to surround herself with people who just going to tell her the truth. Because like the whole thing with Dakota, this is somebody you shouldn't be messing with. But I love him. Girl, what are you talking about? What is he giving you? Like, what is he doing for you? Aside from like cool,
Punch you.
He might be throwing something in you. It is what it is.
He giving her the long pencil.
Right. Yeah, he giving you the fat boy. You know what I mean? But aside from that, what else is he doing for you? I mean, because there's nothing that she said, like his situation wasn't together. He was living with her. He was using her money. You know what I mean? So everything, his life was basically driven and controlled by what she had going on. So no, he's not in a position to where he can let you go because you're unhealthy.
Right.
You know what I mean? So girlfriend, sometimes you just gotta recognize where you are so you can get to the place you want to be. And if this ain't it, like look around. If this ain't the place you want to be, then you need to figure out how to get there. And this dude is not the move.
Yeah, far from it.
Yeah.
She gonna end up hurting herself or hurting him, or God forbid, hurting one of them kids.
Right. And especially when you drag it, like, and you have children. Like this is like you're beyond, and I hate to be an asshole this way, but if you don't have kids, you don't have responsibilities, I think you have a wider array of shit you can do and mistakes you can make. But when you have kids and you have responsibility, your chances or your opportunities just to make stupid ass decisions, it has to narrow. You know what I mean? Like the people you mess with, if you single and you ain't got nobody at home and you want to do whatever you want to do, fine, go crazy. But when you got kids at home and you got responsibility, you can't be reckless with yourself because you got people who rely on you.
Right.
You know what I mean? and they need you to be able to bring your ass home and take care of them. They can't have you out there just banging dudes and then come home with the 4 letters that'll kill you. You know what I mean? Because you wanted to have a
Yeah.
good time and you thought it'd be fun to do whatever off a damn toilet seat. Like
Right.
so it's just you got responsibilities. And Taylor, I understand you're a young woman and you have a young family, and you feel like it's not fair, but at the end of the day, you got kids who are dependent on you. So you got to make better decisions for yourself.
I agree. I definitely agree. And advice to them young folks out there watching these shows, thinking reality TV is it. It's
Move.
not.
Yeah, this is not the move.
That is not the flex you think it is at
Yeah,
all. So, but I think I've probably been on here for a while now, and I'm sure there might be somebody in line that wants to give their opinions. But again, I appreciate you opening up and having other conversations outside of Sister Wives, but even still, I always got something to say about them.
Yeah,
Trust.
yeah.
Especially because I've been doing, watching Sister Lies, the red flag rewatch, and she is hilarious with her commentary. In other words, the kids say, I fucks with her. Like, I like her channel and it's funny, but it's definitely opened up some thought processes of the older seasons for sure, and like little points that nobody's really elaborated on.
Right.
So I don't know. If you ever feel open to it, I suggest you give her channel a chance because it's quite funny, humorous, to be honest. And she's quoted you quite a few times now. I've seen it on at least 3 separate videos in a positive, good way. I wouldn't lie to you and I wouldn't tell you she talking mess about you, but she definitely tunes in and to my take on reality because she quotes you quite a bit. So
Okay. Yeah, I'll check her out. Who knows? Maybe I'll be able to get her on the show. Because I always like doing collaborations anyway. So
I don't know what her name is because every show she has a podcast, and every time she opens up, it's like, my name is Petunia. My dog here is Professor Sniff Snuff. Like it's always a different name. So I don't necessarily know. I haven't gone through like her true profile to see if it's listed somewhere, but her podcast is pretty funny. I like it. But yeah, when it comes to like other topics and slowly weeding out, I mean, again, I don't know if we're all going to figure out more shows to watch or you're just going to find stuff off the community pages and we just start discussing things on that nature. But I like it. It opens up a different conversation piece for sure.
Yeah, get a little different vibe going. And like I said, I'm not, I know there was some concern that I was completely done with Sister Wives. I wouldn't say I'm done with Sister Wives. I'm just making a position, just for clarity, for those who may not have heard me say this before. I am not done with Sister Wives. The only thing I'm done with as far as Sister Wives is concerned, I'm done trying to make their stories for them. So if they have something to say, if they have something going on, I will talk about it. But what I'm not going to do is try to dredge up and manufacture storylines for them just so that I can keep talking about them and building them up, because they don't appreciate it. And it's kind of got that stand feeling, to be honest with you, without me chasing around behind them, and I don't like that shit. So I started this and I said I would give like my opinion on stuff. I'm not trying to make the news, so I'm not going to make their stories for them. So they have to, do, you got to earn that check. Gotta punch in.
I'm in agreement with you wholeheartedly because trust and believe, I don't know. I don't even follow their social media pages like I used to. If I catch a glimpse of a story or a picture here and there, I may go look, but no. They're not my favorites to pop up. So I see their every move every day the minute they make it.
Yeah.
But I just I don't know. It genuinely just behooves me to know like what type of people just want to sit in front of a camera, tell all their business on TV, and then get mad when people have opinions about their business. Like it just, I don't know. What type of sick shit you got going on? Because nobody told you had to come on TV and tell us all your business. But
Right.
yeah,
If you don't want
I
folks to
don't
know,
know
keep that shit to yourself. That's the rule.
that part. I do have one more question for you. Have you ever thought about looking into some of the missing, like the stories of like the missing girls that have been going on throughout like the Midwest?
I hadn't heard about that. What are you talking about?
So there was like a handful of just young girls that went missing. The newest one I think was out of Detroit, and her name was Dejanay Frazier. She had went outside to go walk her dog, and her and the dog popped up missing, and she was missing for like 10 or 11 days, and they found her, thank God,
Stateside wedding?
alive. Yeah.
I did hear a little bit about that. That was curious to me. Like I didn't really catch the whole story, but it was
Then that,
weird that they said that
yeah.
like that's straight. Like I can't speak. I don't want to speak too far out of school because I'm not familiar with the thing. But my initial thought to that is that it sounds more like a trafficking incident
Mhm.
than
And
anything
I
else.
think that's I haven't really fully read into it either. I caught another podcaster who was speaking on it because she does a lot of like these missing kid cases. There was a story of the other baby girl who the grandmother said she was supposed to have left for school that morning. And of course, the school never called to say she didn't show up. And the grandma works nights. And when she got home, she noticed the baby girl's like bra and pajamas in the dining room, and her cell phone was left on the table. Well, come to find out, they found that baby girl's body in an abandoned house somewhere in, I think she was in Cleveland, if I'm not mistaken. So there's just been like a slew over like the last 2 years or so of, brown and black girls who go missing. And of course, the police don't take it serious,
Right.
and it's not broadcast in like everyday media until the families get out there and like push it through like Facebook or YouTube or whatnot. And
Right.
so
Right.
a couple stories of, a few of them of the sense. And the most recent was the one of Naziah Harris that's out of Detroit. Well, the man that unalived her, they still haven't found her body, but supposedly he was, essaying her and got her pregnant at 13. And so he decided to unalive her so that it wouldn't come out that he was doing these things to her. Well, he took a plea deal and they sentenced him to 35 to 60 years in prison. And once he got to the prison, they found him unalive in his jail cell this morning or yesterday morning, if I'm not mistaken.
Wow.
So it's just a few stories, of a few that have gone missing. A couple of them have been found, but the majority of them haven't. Either their bodies haven't been found and they were deemed unalive, or they found their bodies unalived.
Wow. Wow. Yeah, I'll take a look into it. Take a look into it. If I
Yeah, it's an epidemic. And the sad part is, if you are of color, a lot of times the stories don't make national news if it's more like blonde hair, blue eyes go missing. And I'm not making it a point to make it a race thing, but unfortunately, that's kind of the statistics of, when our babies go missing, we're told that they're runaways, and it's, most police departments in metro cities take their time. And within the first 48 hours is critical to start putting boots on the ground, because a lot of times that's when you'd find them most, and they're not. Like the story of the two babies that was just found in a freaking suitcase in the middle of a field, and one of them's dad had been reaching out, calling the police, calling CPS, and they took him for a joke, like he didn't want to be in his kid's life. And come to find out, his baby mama unalived his child. You know what I mean?
Right. Yeah, I remember that case.
Yeah, this is crazy.
But yeah. I mean, it's unfortunate, but usually it's people in marginalized communities,
Massive.
and it's again, like, because even beyond like there's a racial tinge. In some cases, there's people who come from different countries, immigrant issues. Those folks typically get targeted. You have people who are in poor economic situations because, let's be honest, nobody really gives a shit if a poor person turns up missing. Nobody is breaking down the walls, as opposed to like the governor's kid turn up missing. They putting up barricades and they blocking all bridges. But
Right.
You know, poor
looking
kid,
in
like,
cars and
yeah,
having roadblocks. Yeah.
yeah, the poor kid from the trailer park or the projects. Ain't nobody, well, they
Yeah.
probably just out with friends. Like, it's been 15 days. What are you talking about? Ain't no friend. Like,
Right.
what are we talking about? It's well, I mean, if they've
And
been going that long, we don't know what's going on. We ain't found nothing. And
police departments looking at it like, oh, they just ran away. Give them
yeah,
time, they'll come back. And I don't know. I feel some type of way about that. And that's just a personal feeling. I've always felt that way. I don't know why police departments don't take stories like these more serious,
right,
especially like in today's day and age where you do have ring cameras and neighborhood cameras where common sense would be if you just asked a couple of neighbors on the phone call if, hey, did you see the little girl who lives in the red house on the corner past your house in the last 2 days, and come to find out on the video she was snatched up in a car versus her leaving willingly, then now you know you got something to work with. But
right.
they don't take it serious
Well, I
until
mean, I think
sometimes it's too late.
that the whole thing too is that you like the first 48, that's a real thing. Like, that's not, it's a kind of a cool sounding TV show. But the
Mhm.
reality of it is that, really it's the first 24. Because if you get beyond 48 hours and you're still looking for people, a lot of times it's not for rescue, it's for recovery. Like,
Right.
you're not looking for a person anymore after 48 hours. So you're looking for either a perpetrator or remains. And that's, typically how they do it. Or you're never going to, or
You're
more
looking
to the
for
point,
either
you probably never
perpetrator
find them after
or
48 hours.
remains. And
So,
that's
I mean, that's,
Right.
that's just that's the real part of it. So when they stall you and they say, well, we got to wait 24 hours, like, you're blowing half of the time before you even get started. And this is
Right.
a race. Like, this isn't oh, I can take my time because it's a rabbit in the hare situation. And as long as I move smooth as fast, and I can figure it out and it'll be done in 12 hours. No, we're just stacking bodies at that point. We're collecting pictures. So,
Right.
no, I agree.
I
But
don't
thank
know.
you
Just
so
a
much.
topic to give you something to think about and look at, because there's ample stories to pick from.
Right.
Not that I'm by any means making this a joke or taking this like, oh, that's a fun thing to talk about, because it's not. But any parent, like anytime I take pride in when I go to bed at night and I lock my front door and I check the sliding glass door and windows to make sure everything's done, that my kids are home safe. And I can't say that that's the same for every parent in America, but it just something eats at my soul to hear of any kid, I don't care what nationality they are, what economic situation they come from, that could be missing. And to know that they don't take it serious, whether they're a kid from the suburbs or they're a kid from the trailer park, and it should be taken more serious,
Right.
especially when sex trafficking is at an all-time high in America. Like, it's just ridiculous to me, but
Yeah.
just something for you to think about.
Yeah, I'll consider it. Like I said, if I feel like there's a place where I can help the situation, then yeah, I definitely will cover it. It's just that I want to make sure that I'm doing some good and not just create noise or distraction. I don't ever want to be a distraction in that situation.
I
So yeah,
understand.
it's definitely something to think about. But thank you so much, Caramel Cuties. Appreciate you. It's good talking to you.
More than welcome. Glad I actually have the time now that I'm no longer at jury duty.
There you
Boy,
go.
oh boy.
Free as a
But
bird, but they might like it. They'd be like, "Oh, she did such a good job. We're gonna have to bring her back in for 3 more."
nah, player. I'm cool at least till 2027, so I ain't got to worry about that headache. And I may change my mind then, but as of right now, they ran me low. I can't. And just again, it was they want to judge off of emotions and their own personal issues, and that is not what the law told you to do. So if
Right.
you followed instructions as an adult, we wouldn't have had to take as long as we did, and the poor guy didn't have to sit in jail longer than what he did. But I ended up getting a call the other day when you were going over the speak pipe, so I wasn't able to hear your response to some of what I had left. But in regards to the jury case, real quick before I get off, we had to vote him not guilty on all 5 counts due to lack of evidence. But again, once we had a chance to talk to both attorneys right after court was finished, come to find out she had accused 5 other guys in the last 2 years of similar crimes as what she, accused this particular individual for. And the prosecution basically said when the case came across his desk, he didn't think he had enough to even try the case to pick it up. But his boss said, oh no, the guy had priors, convictions for something similar, and the fact that he was currently on parole, try the case. And then he took it to his boss's boss, and they both said, try the case. So it was an utter and complete mess. He knew he wasn't going to win. He said it was a shot in the dark. He knew he had at least 2 jurors that during the trial may possibly go his way, but he didn't think he'd have all 12 of us. And he was absolutely right, because there was just a lack of evidence and the police did a shitty job, which further lets me know in these cases, right? When we talk about evidence and them waiting so long, like the shelter had video cameras, we could never place the guy even there. And the fact that they didn't get the camera footage, they didn't show any police reports, they damn sure didn't collect the knife as evidence. So we had to let him go. And it does suck because there's a high probability he is going to offend again.
Right.
And that doesn't make me sleep easy at night. But by law, we had to do our job, and there was massive reasonable doubt. Like, we could not prove without a reasonable doubt that 1, he was there, and 2, he committed these crimes. That she later recanted for, said she lied about it to the police in open court under testimony. So it just made it really hard to say, okay, she's a victim. Something in that room happened, but we can't say without a shadow of a doubt what's been charged is what happened.
Right.
So
right.
we had to let him go. And it does suck because once he's done with his parole violation, now he gets time served. He'll be out on the streets within 30 days. So.
Yeah, but
I'll look out for his name in the papers to see if something happens because, yeah, it's sad.
Well, I mean, the system is the system. It's
broken for sure.
Yeah. Yeah. But
I'll be back in the comments. All
right.
That was a lot, but yeah.
Have a good one, Karma Kitties. Appreciate you.
You too.
All right. Awesomeness. Next up, we got Darlene. Darlene, what's going on?
Hello, can you hear me?
Yes, I can.
Okay. Yes, I agree with you on all the above subjects and matters. I agree 100%. Although I am now lost, all jokes aside, we've been talking very serious. Which subject matter should I discuss first? Because we've been all over the board.
Oh, okay. If you want to talk about because we started out talking about the whole Taylor from
the Bachelor. Okay, the Bachelor stuff, right? Right, or Bachelorette, whatever you call it.
Bachelorette,
okay, now I didn't know anything until, bam, the news comes out that it's canceled. So if all that's true, she should definitely lose the show, lose everything. But again, it goes back to the fact of what you already alluded to, and I am of the Caucasian persuasion, and I agree again with what you said. It is highly influenced. It's been for decades. A little bit of everything is influenced by that still to this day, by racism, systemic, if you will. It's embedded in some officers. It's embedded in some cities. It's embedded in, some companies. It's embedded in some hospitals. It still is a factor to this. It's sad. It's very sad, but it's a fact.
Right.
And that she's a female. With the way the world has changed today, nor do I support nor not support. That is a different subject, different day. The way the world is today, with non-binary and things like this, ooh, people will fight anybody these days. Nobody's safe. Um, so still, we shouldn't be hitting each other, first of all. That shouldn't be the first answer. Definitely not guns either. But I guess if we had to go back to fist fighting, if you know you're a man, try not to hit a female unless it is you have to defend yourself. Like you have to, then you have to. Then do it. I don't agree with a man just being a punching bag either. So
Right.
whoever's right, I wish that comes out. The truth shall win. I hope and pray. In all of this, she should definitely lose her position if she's wrong. The video tells a lot because videos can't lie, but they can be edited sometimes. So, if it's police cam, do we believe it in this instance when we sometimes don't in others? When we've also seen so many other situations happen in the past few years, anything can be altered. So let's Tyler hear it out a little bit more before we throw the axe at her. But definitely, she's looking 95% guilty right about now. Lose the show, lose everything. Hey, because what's his name? The golfer canceled. Vanessa canceled. As soon as they did their first crime, they all immediately had to pay the time. Whether found guilty 100% by a court, only by public, where they immediately found guilty. I mean, so many people it's happened to. Over across many, radio, television, music people, actors, stuff like that. But definitely she should go.
Yeah.
But
Well, because my whole thing is that again, we have to be careful about what we're platforming and what we're holding up as examples of what we think are viable images to be shown on television, like who we're going to support. Because especially if we're going to hold out this young lady Taylor and say, oh, well, we just need to show her some grace. But it's not like this video has nothing to do with the opportunity that she's connected to. This is a video of her abusing a person that she's in a relationship with, committing violence against somebody whom she has a personal relationship with, and she's looking for people to be in a relationship with. So should I tolerate, if she hasn't done any work to improve herself and she's showing me who she is in these relationships, is it a good idea for me to even try to be in a relationship with her? And if for her to have 20 guys chasing after her, trying to get her approval and her attention and making connections with her so that they could be with her, and she gets to make the decision, but she's somebody who, given a chance, if she doesn't like, how things are going, she might put her hands on you,
Right.
And so that's why I'm pushing the whole idea that we have to be careful about who we platform in.
Right. I don't agree with that. Again, if he has to, knock her out. If you got to, you done tried everything else. You done tried restraining. You done called her nanny, her daddy, somebody. Girl, you better come get you. Whatever, you done tried everything. You got to do what you got to do. Or if it's in the heat of the moment and you have no time to do those other things, I don't agree with the dude. But if he has to, sure. If it's another female and you have to, sure. But no more excuses or no excuses at all about, oh, it's because she's a girl. No. You should ride in them cuffs just like everybody else. If you did it, goodbye. Roll her down. But yeah. So it's looking like she did it. I don't care if he waited for the perfect moment to monetize on her situation. It does not take away that it happened to him. He can use it as a weapon. He can use it as a gift. He can use it any way he wants to. It's his story.
Right.
Who are we to say he did it out of spite? That's the problem. Everybody's always got too many comments. It's okay to have an opinion, but it doesn't make yours right either. It's just an opinion.
Right. Well, I mean, like I said earlier, the
I
fact
mean, you, not as in you. Sorry.
yeah, the reason why he released it is irrelevant because she did it.
That's right.
Like
Yeah.
she did it. So it doesn't
That's
make
right.
a difference why he released it. What his motivation was. She's guilty. Like what are we
Yeah.
talking about? Because like I said,
Yeah.
like we can sit here and play the whole game of like, well, it's not in context. We need more information and blah blah blah. What's the history of it? If this was a damn man and he was throwing chairs at his wife, nobody would be trying to figure out what was going through his mind and what she said to him beforehand. You know what I mean?
Right. Right.
Nobody would be doing that shit.
Right. Because listen, I know of a personal situation, and I will not say names, but a female. I'm 47, 3 years older than me. At the time, at least we were 40 plus also. No, baby, almost 40 maybe. Um, a male that had 8 domestic violence charges, DVs against the female, constantly whooping girls' booties. Um, she finally snapped and whooped his, you know what? And all of a sudden, she can't work again in her field because he cried like a little sissy. Why that was the first offense. Why can't she get off? But sometimes, I've never seen it. But if skin color didn't play a fact, the book wouldn't have been thrown at her. Okay, so she was still a victim as a female. Again, I'll watch all crime shows like you said before. Love First 38. I like the real stuff. Don't come with me with the fake stuff. I want real storylines. Slightly scripted, as in timing, place, whatever. And what officers are carrying cameras, but I want that real stuff as real as it can get from it. I've seen all the crime shows. Race still does apply. As in how they get roughed up more, how they handle it. As in black officer, white officer, female male, black offender, white offender, female male. I've seen it all in every one of these crime shows, old ones, new ones. I go back and rewatch them a lot because I just love crime stuff. But I seen a white dude on the top of a car waving a knife, and they're talking him down. Might be a black dude. He'd have been tased, shot, dead. There wouldn't have been a conversation. I mean, that conversation went on for an hour probably. Trying to talk him. When is it over? When have you given him chances enough? You see? So there's where race played a factor in it. All of that is not good. I don't care if it's male or female. You do the crime, you should do the time. I don't care what color. I don't care about age. I mean, well, can we throw away an 80-year-old into prison? That might not be realistic. It would work. It would last long, but you know what I mean.
Right. Well, I mean, I don't think that it's. I think that, like, again, I think that once you get into the issue of it becoming a sliding scale of whether you think I can take it or not, like, you know what I mean? Like, oh, okay, well, yeah, James is a big guy, so if he gets in a fight with his wife, she's a smaller lady. If she's hitting on him, he could take it. That gives the person who is making the decision to arrest or not arrest discretion. And if they have discretion, if they get to choose, then they get to choose, which means, and this is what I was talking about earlier with the big Uno reverse going to get dropped on everybody's head. When these cops get the decision to choose again, they might start choosing that when they show up to a scene and they feel a certain kind of way because they have a dysfunctional relationship with their wife, and they show up to the scene with you, and your man is whipped on you for 20 minutes, and they say, okay, well, what's going on? Well, she coming here, and I don't have my meal ready, and it ain't hot on the plate when I walk through the door, and I'm out here working to put a roof over her head, and she don't do what she's supposed to do. When I ask about it, she want to talk back. So, yeah, I chopped the one. I popped the one. And then all of a sudden, that cop says, using my discretion, that sounds reasonable. You understand what I mean? Like it never just plays to just perfection. This is like when the like if you watch some TV shows, like any cop show, they always have like the scene where they come to a closed door and the cop's like, okay, we can wait for a warrant, or I can pull the lock pick set out of my pocket and we can go in and look around without a warrant. that shit look cool on TV because you know the guy he looking at is guilty. But what happens in real
Right.
life when that guy just decides he want to skirt the rules and he don't give a shit about the Constitution, your rights, or civil procedure,
Right.
and you're innocent? You know what I mean? Like, so I don't want them to have that ability. I want them to be able to choose that shit. I want them to have to
Mm-hmm.
follow the rules. You know?
Mm-hmm. You're just like the rest of us. Just like the rest.
Right.
If I have to follow the rules, and if I break one, it gives you the right to pull me over and invade my life, my privacy, and you have the right to do this. Well, I have the right. Well, technically, you have the right to turn them in for the same thing they turn you in for. You know,
Mm.
most places, some people don't know that. But just saying, what's right is right. I wish the world would be 100% perfect and do the right thing. I make sure I do the right thing to 98% of the time.
Right.
Sometimes it's by accident. Sometimes I am a little sassy. But I try to my best ability to follow all rules, especially God's rules. I try not to offend anybody. But right is right and wrong is wrong. I'm not going to back anybody that did the crime and is getting paid. Oh, no, 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 no. So once again, just like Cody, can we just throw him in there real quick? I can never support him or Robin, i.e., because she supported him and allowed him to be a deadbeat dad. And I wouldn't, as a female, wouldn't want her to be. You can't be strong, good female if you support a deadbeat dad.
Right.
So you know what I mean. So I can't support her at all, let alone him, because once he played the kids, I'm done with him. And that's when the ladies, I just pumped him up more, got ignorant about him, and I used to cuss him like a sailor, but I quit cussing him recently. But yeah, I will never respect him for that fact. You be a dad, I might respect you. I don't know where he gets his rules of life from. He's just different, from a different planet.
Right. Right.
Some people are, some people are weird. You can't back everybody. She should not get paid to nope. What's good for the goose is good for the gander. Color, male, female, you should lose your job if you did this. Oh, wait a minute. What was the professional chef that they found a comment she said 30 years prior? She lost everything. You hear me? Lost everything faster than
You
the
talking
sun
about
does.
Paula
I used
D.
to make fun of, I used to make fun of her voice, of her country.
Yeah. Paula D.
Yeah.
She went down she went down hard.
Wow.
She took it. She took that one on the chin.
Like a lightning strike. It's so fast you don't see it coming. It's gone as fast as it came. Right? She was out of there. Everything she ever worked for, lost, gone, taken from her job, title, even had to give her business to her sons.
Right.
Remember? Yeah. I don't know if she did it or not, but I'm just saying, perfect example. You should lose everything just like everybody else, old, young, white or black, female, male. If you did it, you better get ripped up out of there. If you want to call that cancel culture. But if you didn't, I just want to give them a few months to find out for sure, right? Give everybody one fair chance. Before I don't like Bachelorette really, so I didn't keep up with it. But I seen that cancel situation. I thought it was all a fake show. That's why I really wasn't into it so much.
Yeah, I just don't like the concept of it. I think the concept is ridiculous.
Right.
So I never got into it for that reason. But
right. It's not like one of my faves.
Well, it's just not, I mean, it's no shots at anybody who watches it. It's just
No, right. I never mean to offend anybody. They're just my yeah.
It's not my thing. Because I just don't think that you can find true love from I don't see it as true love. I just see it as kind of a game show, and everybody wants to win the game show, and it's not about me being nice or cool or fun because I want to connect with this person. I'm just doing what I need to do to stay on the show, and I think that's where most of the people kind of lie at.
Yep, and I can't do the fake, so I'll just stay at home.
Yeah.
You know. But yeah, of course, I agree with 99.98% of stuff you say. I'm back to you 100. Just want to jump on there and say that.
Yeah, no, I appreciate it. I appreciate it.
Yeah. I wish I could change the world one person at a time, but I have actually seen things myself, heard things, people's personal stories that are close to me, let alone on all crime shows from old to new. I've been watching the last 20 years. Says, bad boys, what you gon' do? Right? Remember TV 28 with the cops show?
Yeah, yeah.
Yeah. I've been on them crime shows for 20 years. Oh, one more little comment. I was about to type and say, James, you add me right now. Because I was waiting in the back as Carmel was talking. Carmel Cuties, I seen the episode that you was on. All jokes aside.
Oh,
I
you
know I
saw it?
recognized your face from somewhere. I am telling, but you said you lived way out west. I'm like, how would I have seen her then? And she's never. I'm in Ohio. I should recognize other people's faces, not Carmel's. Carmel's out, it's California, right?
Right.
She done been on that. I watched all court shows. I am the biggest crime junkie ever.
Well, Carmel Keys is one of our superstars. Like she's a local celebrity, so it
That's
doesn't
when
surprise
people
me
court
that you
with
saw
me.
it. I'm not
Yeah,
surprised.
yeah. Judge Morrow, I remember that. Yeah, that's how I've seen her. That's where I know her from. Okay, let the next person come up. Okay, bye.
All right, I'll talk to you later. Have a good one, Darlene.
Bye-bye.
Bye. Darlene said, I done seen you. I know you from somewhere. I knew you. I knew you before I met you. Yeah, right. Carmel Keys said, our secret is out. Yep, you've been discovered. So you might have to start sending autographs, Carmel Cuties. You better watch yourself. Better watch yourself. Yeah, but I'm about to let you guys go because I gotta go get something to eat. I haven't eaten all day. Yeah, that's why I'm all looking wafy and terrible. I gotta start eating. Get back in the gym. But I gotta get myself together. But I tell you what, it'll be a good time. Yeah, like I said, I think that to close this all out, ultimately, I think that even beyond what's her face? Taylor. Oh, okay, we got Daisy. Hey Daisy, what's going on?
Hey James,
How you doing?
I'm chilling. How are you?
Doing well, doing well.
So anyway, that bitch Taylor Frankie Paul, whatever, she's out of fucking pocket. Yo, did you see that crazy fucking video? She was hopping around like a troll, looking
Yeah,
for Lucky Charms and shit, trying to abuse her daughter allegedly. And her old man, yo.
yeah. She clicked her daughter with a stool, so
Yeah, she don't even pause. She just kept going with the bullshit. I'm like, damn, she's a big bitch.
yeah, yeah. She reminds me of like kind of that Chihuahua effect. Because she's about that life and she's going crazy when she in there with dude. But then as soon as the cops show up, she
I noticed that shit too,
oh,
James.
you know.
I'm so used to bitches doing that stupid shit though. I didn't even comment on it.
Yeah, that Chihuahua shit. Like you gotta look, if you're gonna be a big dog, you gotta jump off the porch and handle your business. And then when the cops show up, it is what it is. But don't be that person who's, you trying to go buck wild in the house when you think you safe, and then all of a sudden the cops show up, and all of a sudden you're a victim. Like ride it all the way out. You thugs thug all the time. They brush their teeth thugging. They you know what I mean? They take showers, they thugs. They thug all the time. They don't just be thugs sometimes. Ain't no such thing as a part-time thug.
Right, but most wannabe thugs, you pull their card and they turn into a baby that need their ass wiped by their mama.
Yeah, they just not about that life. And that's what I'm saying. And if you're not about that life, look, bruh, there's nothing wrong. There's nothing wrong with you not being about that life. You know what I mean? Just recognize like you good at math or whatever it is you good at. Just focus on that shit. You know what I mean?
Ah, yo, so anyway, bro, so what's your whole thought on that whole the sister wives of Mormon or the secret wives of Mormon or whatever? I guess like, yo, I'm
Yeah.
not gonna act out here and act like they're totally freaked out because this is what the men was doing anyway. But like from what I see, it's just like both sides are freaked out, like both genders. That's how they're doing it. Like they're doing some soft swinging bullshit or whatever. What are your
Yeah.
thoughts on all that?
Well, because I think that when it comes down to it, what made this show popular was the fact that it's supposed to be a closed, purist society, and it's the forbidden fruit aspect. That's what makes the show. So, because these are women who are supposed to be so pure and innocent, and you find out they freaks in the sheets, that's why everybody's all interested in going crazy over them. Because realistically, they aren't doing anything that you couldn't see on like Jersey Shore or one of the other
I
shows
know.
that's on like Temptation Island. They you know what I
I
mean
know, right?
they ain't extra. It's just that the fact that they not supposed to be. And in the society and their culture, they're supposed to be a lot more reserved and a lot more respectful. But they're supposed to be like these sexual dynamos because they talk about like I don't want to get too crazy, but they talk about like toys and they talk about like positions and all that on the show, and then they wear like the lingerie and this, that, and other. And they have strippers and they have that whole sexual thing going on, sexual tension thing going on that's supposed to make everybody go crazy. But they're not doing anything that's completely out of pocket. You understand what I mean? Like they're not crazy. Like these are not crazy, crazy women at
You
all.
know,
But they
like
just
that. Excuse me, James.
no good.
No, see, that's why I call TLC the Lust Network because it's just like I don't know. That's how I'm seeing it. Like it's just like yo, like if this was really a lifestyle, like that's worth pursuing, and that we should, be sensitive to the nuances of. Why is it so much less than sex with everything? Like we had that stupid ass shit with Sister Wives. Well, we don't talk about what we do in the bedroom, but just know we're all sharing the same lollipop, like at the same fucking
Right.
breath and weirdo shit like that. And then
That's
like we
why
have
all
this
their faces
sister.
busted out. Yeah, right.
Yeah, and then we got these hoes and they're just like openly like, yo, I want him, I got him, and I'm doing it. It's just how it is, yo. Like, and it's just like, okay, like it's just like, yo, where's the religion at? Like, I thought that's what y'all was talking about.
Right, right. Yeah, because it's the because that's the whole thing. Like they're supposed to be of it's a different denomination because they're LDS as opposed to AUB, so they
Oh,
don't believe
okay.
in polygamy. But
Oh,
it's like,
okay.
it's tomato tomato. Like these guys are very close to each other as far as purity. Like they do have the undergarments and all that stuff too. And so a lot of the stuff that the sister wives are supposed to believe, they're also supposed to believe. So this would be the equivalent of the sister wives coming out talking about, yeah, we're part of this sacred religion, but I like throwing it back every once in a while for strange people. You know,
Um, uh what was I gonna say? Yeah, and I also wanted to talk about how you said how we give a lot of excuses for women doing this stupid shit when it's domestic violence. um I feel like she's a good example of that. I feel
Mhm.
like if we were able to see like we could see how Cody was using the bullshit for his advantage. I could kind of see how she was using the bullshit for her advantage, and like nobody said nothing about it. And
Right.
it's just like, so like, yo, out of all the ladies out there, you chose her to be the Bachelorette. Like, yo, and did you see how they had like a little, like, she was like a doll or something? And it was like the Book of Mormon. And it like had like one random, like, to notify that she's a mom. And like, it was just like, yo, what did y'all trying to, yo, what kind of package is she? What kind of doll is she? What is she selling? It's like, they want like super freaked out ladies. Like, I don't know. It's just this weird fucking agenda being pushed. Like, so I'm glad this shit bit them in the ass.
Yeah, yeah, yeah. Well, because it's like I said, I think that there's too much played on the idea of that type of innocence. Like in a way, it's it's supposed to be empowering for women, but I think that it's a backhand way of doing it. You understand what I mean? Because you're saying it like you believe that on one hand, we're going to show how dynamic and powerful and independent these women are and how they can take and make sexual decisions for themselves because they have full autonomy. But what makes the show is the fact that you don't believe that they do. You know what I mean?
Yeah,
It's
it's
like,
just like, bro, you couldn't find some lawyer. You couldn't find a bitch that graduated law school or fucking was doing her doctorate. She ain't got no whole sheets on her. Like,
yeah.
how y'all chose her? Like, that's what I'm saying. Like,
Well, she's just popular off of because she's popular off of the Secret Lives of Mormon Wives. And again, like for people who may not be familiar, the reason why Secret Lives of Mormon Wives even came into existence is because of the mom talk scandal that she was a part of. Like she was
and what
one of
was
the
that
people.
again?
Like the Secret Lives of Mormon Wives is based off of the TikTok group Mom Talk, right? And Mom Talk was a dance group of like young moms and wives who would like do dances and stuff on TikTok. And it came out later that this group, they were having swinging relationships with each
Right,
other.
right.
And that went against the cult, the cut of what this group was supposed to be about. And that's how they got famous. And the one that, admitted to a lot of the stuff and took a lot of it on her shoulders was the Taylor girl.
Okay, that
And
makes sense.
and that's how they got the TV show. That's how
Yeah,
they
because
got,
I seen a little about her and I did hear a little about it, but I didn't have all the shit to put it together. But now I get it.
yeah.
Oh, okay.
Yeah.
I
And
mean,
so
I
that's why
guess.
everything about her is like driven about sex and sexuality and who she's screwing and this, that, and other, because that's how she got her start. And one of the crazy parts is that like something that was said to me when I was a young man, and I even tell my kids to this day, how you start is how you finish. And how you're introduced to people is how they always will perceive you, right? So she was introduced to us as a sexual thing, not a sexual being or a sexual person, but just a sexual thing. So they will always pull on that string when it comes to her. Like she doesn't realize that that's how she's being set up. Like she'll get to a point where eventually she's going to have to, in order for her career to move forward, she's going to have to do something like really explicit and wild,
Lord,
because
I
that's,
would hate that for her.
yeah, because that's the way just the way our system works. It's never, you can't keep doing the same thing over and over and over again. You always got to give more and more and more. And that's the path that she's on, where she's eventually going to have to do something. She's going to have to come out with like a tape is going to get released or something to that effect, which actually might be the big thing that I said before, that I think that there's another shoe that's about to drop. That might be the shoe. Maybe she got a tape that's about to drop. Like she
Oh, hell no.
about to get a Kimmy K exposure tape.
Yo, she's like 20 or 15 years too late for that shit. Yo, that's the fucking problem that I'm telling you with these reality TV show bimbos, yo. When they ain't got no talent, they can't sing or dance. They're like, let me drop a fucking tape then. It's just like, yo,
Yeah,
what
yeah.
the fuck is going on?
Well, you
See,
gotta
and
get
that's
the
the
people
problem
what
that
they
I'm
want.
having with 90 Day Fiance, Love Island, this bullshit, Bachelorette. Like,
Mhm.
it's all so like sex driven. And yo, like, I'm a human just like the next person or whatever, but it's just like, it's just like, as a woman of color and at my age or whatever, I'm just like, yo, like, what example is the media trying to perpetuate to the younger audience? You know what I mean? And
Right, right.
what is the kind of young people that we expect to contend with in society if this weirdo shit is getting normalized?
Well, because I think that's part of it too, is that you're normalizing it and you're making it look easy without consequence. So they get to do all this crazy stuff, but you never get to see them suffer consequences. If anything, they get benefit from the crazy. The crazier they act, the more time they get, more attention they get, more money they get. You know what I mean? So it actually encourages people to try to follow in those footsteps. In addition to the fact that, if we will keep it all the way above, it makes it hollows most relationships out. So if you think that, how good you screw somebody is going to make you happy,
That's what
or,
I'm saying.
keep a man, like I'm here to tell you, like, look, I don't give a shit how good you swing it. There's people out there who swinging it just as good, and if we're going to keep it all the way a buck, especially when it comes to sex and sexuality, for people, I don't want to be too crazy, but for men, just my experience, it could be enough. It's not how good you swing it. It's just the fact that it's something different. Like
Right.
somebody can cheat on you because not because the woman they cheating on you with is such a great sexual dynamo. It's just they're different. And so in order for you to be able to keep your man, it's not that you got to learn how to be a better, sexual partner. It's that you would actually have to be a different person because they just want some strange. And that's. And so that if you build it up that's the only thing you're bringing to the table is the fact that you screw good, like you are way in trouble. You're in a lot of trouble.
So what ended up happening with this Taylor Frankie girl? So she ended up having a husband and ended up swapping for like another dude in the group. Is that what happened?
Well, she had a husband. That's where she got her her first two kids from
Right.
her
Oh,
husband.
okay.
And she wound up sleeping with and having an affair with one of the
Dakota.
other husbands of the people in the TikTok group because they used to all
Damn.
they would do events together or parties together where they would like go in the shower or they would play the key game. I don't know, how old you are, but there was a thing that like the swingers used to do where they would have a key party where you basically put all the guys would put their house keys in a bowl or
Oh,
whatever,
okay. Yeah.
and the people would pick the bowl, like pick the keys out, or the women would pick keys and they would go over to the people's houses whose keys they picked, and they would do stuff like that. And so they were all participating in it, but the problem that Frankie or Taylor had was that she broke the rules because instead of it just being during the parties that she would go with somebody she connected with, she started hooking up with them outside the parties on her
Right.
own.
And then they ended up together eventually, right?
No.
Oh.
She screwed the dude and then eventually he wound up divorcing his wife. Taylor's husband divorced her. And then not long after Taylor and her husband got divorced, that's when she started dating the dude Dakota. But she wasn't looking for anything serious. So she was just screwing him, no protection, got
Damn.
pregnant. And while
No.
she's screwing him, he was, they weren't dating. So he was seeing somebody else. And then he lied about it. And that was supposed to be like the big bane in their relationship.
Oh, that's
That,
why she went crazy.
yeah, that he had sex. He had potentially had sex with somebody who wasn't her, even though they weren't in a relationship together and she didn't want anything serious.
I
So,
can't stand bitches like that.
yeah. But her dad supposedly got in trouble because he had told her, like, you was sleeping with this guy, you get
Damn.
pregnant, and you don't even have a relationship with him. Stop
Damn.
doing that shit. And that's what I was saying to Carmel Cutie's like, you kind of mess yourself up because you're pushing yourself, like as you're making these kids and you're wash, rinse, repeating. So you have like a shitty relationship with a shitty dude, you have kids, then you break up with him, you go find another shitty dude to start a relationship with, have kids, and then you break up with him. Now you got two shitty baby daddies and two kids, two receipts from those relationships, and you go find another dude and you just keep washing, rinse, and repeating instead of you working on yourself and stop and breaking that cycle. So she never really broke the cycle away from messing around with the type of dudes. That's why like going on a Bachelor for what? You just gonna
That's what
find
I'm
another
wondering.
dude. And ironically, the guy that she picked on the Bachelor, guess what? When the shit came out, he broke up with her ass anyway.
Who, Dakota?
Dakota is already gone.
Okay.
The guy that because they already filmed the Bachelor, that's already in the can.
Right.
So the guy who she picked
No.
on the Bachelor broke up with her because the Bachelor
No.
got yeah.
Damn, this bitch played herself stupid.
Yeah. So he already broke up with her. He was like, yeah, I'm not doing this. I was only waiting
Damn.
for the show. Yeah, I mean, and now I'm not even. And the sad part about it is, and this is something that nobody I think really covers. The sad part about it is the guys who went on that show, they go on that show for the come up, and they participate for the come up because you are sequestered. I think I talked about it earlier for 10 weeks on this show while they're filming the show. They put you in a hotel. They put you up. You're at the bachelor house, the mansion. They take your phone. You can't contact the outside
Damn,
world.
I've never watched it.
Yeah, and then after you get say you get eliminated early, they put you into a rental place, a house, and you can't contact anybody. So you're not You're not working. You're not contacting your family, friends, nothing. You do all that, make all that sacrifice for the opportunity that hopefully when you come off of the show, because you're on the show, you have people starting to follow you on social media. So your numbers go up. Then you can start making money with brand deals and all that other stuff. So this is actually a come up. And the fact that she got the show canceled, all those guys who took those 10 weeks, who probably quit their job, have nothing to show for it.
That's
Like if
true.
I was one of them guys, I'd be pissed. I would be pissed right now because like this was supposed to be my come up, and you blew it because you out there you don't know how to keep your damn hands to yourself.
Yeah, I don't know. I just think it's kind of sad to capitalize off of love when it's really just like a come up and social media numbers and all this other shit. I know that's wishful thinking on my end or whatever, but I think our culture is really lacking in just like romance and love. Like you know, just the other day when you was controversy, just listening to Prince's music, his fucking music is so much more romantic than anything that comes out nowadays. Like, I don't know. I'm
Yeah,
just kind of ranting now. But what I was gonna tell you is I'm fucking loving the topics like this. What else you should cover, bro? Is how Cardi B played her ass too, yo. She kind of did some shit that this Frankie Taylor Paul girl did to herself, yeah.
yeah.
She went and found another fucking joker to get pregnant by out of spite, yo, and the whole shit blew up in her face, yo.
Right. Yeah, the last thing you do is have babies out of revenge. Like, because at the end of the day, you just gonna have a baby. You know what I mean? You just got more responsibility, you know. And the dude she got pregnant with, like, oh God. Oh my goodness. What were you thinking? And I don't know what, like, because the guy she was with, what's his name? Her
Offset,
ex-husband. What's her
Offset.
ex-husband? Yeah, Offset. Like, dude was a hoe anyway. Dude's a thought. Like, who you cheating on him for what? Like that guy don't give a shit. Like he don't care what you doing. Like you're
One
not
thing
gonna
that I
hurt
don't like
him.
though, um, what
Oh, you muted. Oh, there you go. Oh, I just unmuted you. I think you muted yourself back. Hello?
sorry about that, James.
No.
What I was gonna say is, dude, the shit that pisses me off too is, yo, this Cardi B, yo, she got a lot of fucking bots, yo, and she
Mm,
has this whole machine behind her, so she could just run with the narrative any type of way she wants. And she paints this Offset dude like a loser or whatever, but just in my age group or whatever, I'm 29 years old. I remember a time when Offset and the Migos were a bigger group and more famous than Cardi B could ever wish to hope to be, and he actually gave
yeah.
her credibility in the rap community. Uh, and he actually gave like her rap some actual like cachet instead of just being like in a funny undertone that she was releasing them on. So I think it's kind of just really heinous behavior that before she left him, she was calling him all types of broke and, just this crazy ego and head on her. And then she ran and got pregnant to prove a point. Not saying that Offset isn't a hoe, because he is, but I just
Right.
noticed that she has this whole machine around her, and there's a lot of false narratives going around, and she takes part in communities that she probably shouldn't be. But it's kind of just like canon not to be able to say anything against her. So I just think that might be a interesting video topic.
Yeah, I'll take a look at it because I will say this. Like Offset, because choirs is kept. You know what I mean? Offset was writing rhymes for Cardi B.
Right?
You know what I mean? So it's like to sit there and criticize, like he authored a lot of your albums. So I don't know why you're mad. Same
Yeah,
thing with Papoose and what's her face, Remy Ma. You know what I
right.
mean? Like you're writing a lot of your shit. So I don't know why you trying to clown him. But you're right. Like the Migos were more dominant, especially more dominant in the rap culture than she was. And even her popularity was widely based on how she looked as opposed to what she was saying. You know what I
That's
mean? Like
interesting.
a lot of her traction, I think, came from that. Because even on like Love and Hip Hop, when she was on Love and Hip Hop, that's why she got a lot of the juice that she was getting, even on that show when she first started. Down to the producer.
Yeah.
The producer was like her producer, because I didn't watch it regularly. I was kind of
Hmm.
blinking in and blinking out. But from what I remember, when she was on the show, the guy who was supposed to be producing her records was just a guy trying to screw her. You know,
Right.
it wasn't even a thing like, oh, she got that dope lyrics. She come with the fire, son. Nope. Yeah, like she got them round bottoms. That's what I'm saying. That's
Yeah, nobody ever says that. I just realized that. Yo, she got them dope lyrics. Them bars be
yeah,
hitting
yeah.
like crazy.
And one thing you never heard somebody say after Cardi B beat record go off is bars. You know what I mean? Bars. Like nobody's ever said that shit. Oh, Cardi B, yeah, bars. Like that's not a thing. Like you know, like oh yeah, she into it. No, she not. It is
Yo,
what it is. It is what it is.
yo, so where are you gonna gear your content towards? Is it gonna be like more true crime or like more pop culture or like
I think it might at this point it might be a mixture of both. Still trying to find a way because like I said, it's just a matter of I want to do find a place where I can impact the most. Not even so much like be rich and famous, but just be able to reach more people and like make the most impact with the content as opposed to like just kind of what is it I remember speaking of rappers, I guess 50 Cent, he had a thing where he said in an interview, you ever hear a rapper or like a musician come out and say, yeah, I made this record for myself. He said, that's bullshit. If you make a record for yourself, you should play that shit in your house. It's like you making records for other people so that they can enjoy it. And I think that that's kind of where it's at. Like I got to make stuff that other people enjoy and other people take, find some meaning in or value in as well. So just trying to find that place, that little
I
niche.
guess, yo, but it's just like yo, it's just like yo, we over them sister wife bitches, allegedly
Mhm.
and God bless and all that. But we don't want to hear about them no more. No, I'm just playing. I'm just talking for me, bro. Like I'm just like, yo, like I get like you're used to that or whatever. And like, there's that own little community that'll show up and watch the little BS or whatever. But I'm just
Mhm.
letting you know that I'm here, like if you want to switch lanes or whatever into something else.
No, I appreciate that. I do. I do. Cause I had because I could feel it, especially towards I won't say towards the end, but like I did feel like as I was covering Sister Wives, I did notice that like some of my coverage was a little more pointed. And I was always concerned, like I was constantly checking myself, like, are you saying this stuff and being this honest because you're being honest, or are you just frustrated because of what I mean, you're frustrated with this situation with them, So I just it's a weird place, and I didn't like the like I didn't like some of the commentary that was coming from the sister wives and the cast
Me
when they were
neither.
talking about the fans and stuff. Like I don't appreciate that shit at all. Because if
Me
they gave
neither.
you forwarded you an opportunity that you have and that you're actually you eating, like everybody in your family is eating off of this sister wife shit. So I don't understand how you gonna criticize the people who are providing you your plate. You understand what I mean? Like you coming at people who are and half the people who are providing that plate are doing so because they support you. So you take that for granted? Like so if you can't support the people who supporting you, I don't really mess with your ass anyway. So
Yeah, I really didn't like that. That left a bad taste in my mouth.
mm, yeah,
I
I
don't
don't
get it.
appreciate that shit at all. Like and it is just and there's also the part of TLC. They're taking advantage of us because they're counting on us tuning in no matter what they put out. And then TLC is a network, kind of what you were saying. This is part of the reason I don't watch 90 Day Fiance anymore because it just became like I'm a grown ass man. I've been a grown ass man for a long ass time, dog. And if I want to if I want to watch adult content, I can watch adult content. I don't need
I
to
know, right?
watch it on TLC and little fake ass, like you know what I mean. I have to watch, them do little booty clapping strip tease. If I want to go to a strip club or gentleman's club, I can go. I've been there, I've seen it, I know where they at, and I have no
Right.
interest in going. But if I want to go, I can go. And if I want to watch adult content, hell, I got the internet. You know what I mean? So I don't need to. I don't need to pretend to watch it and come up to the line to watch it. So if you don't have a story and your only story is basically, soft porn, then I have no interest in the story. Because that's not
Yeah,
what
and
I'm
I
here for.
I started watching when Christine started to pack her shit up out of Dodge and go or whatever. And Like, I'm just like, what am I watching now? Like, why did I waste so much fucking time on this shit? Yo, I wouldn't even let my family do me dirt as long as these people are letting their family do them dirt. Do you feel
Right,
me?
right.
So I'm just like, and then that's why I don't even like watching it anymore, because it's just like, yo, this shit is like, I don't know, like it's putting me in a place or whatever. So anyway, I don't know, I have a couple of big channels in my mind that I'm sure you can think of that rely a lot on sister wife material. I don't know what they're gonna do, but
Yeah, because Sister
I'm
Wives
just
going down like the Titanic. Like our feet are wet. You know what I mean? Like, you know what I mean? As a content creator who does Sister Wives, I'm telling you, this shit, we're on the deck of the Titanic and my feet are wet. Like, this is
yeah.
not a good time and shit. Like, we're going down. Like, this show is slowing up and there's nothing that you can do about it. Like, because the cast doesn't seem like they're interested and really vested in trying to do anything different. TLC, they just kind of cashing checks at this point. So, I mean, either gonna have to get off the pot, poop or get off the pot. We got to figure something else
Yeah.
out. And it is time that, Sister Wives, like I said, I will cover them if they have something to talk about, if there's something going on. I'm just trying not to rely on them. I just don't want to rely on them.
Yeah. Well, thanks for taking the time to talk to me, James. I'll talk to you later.
You kidding me? You a good time. Daisy, you a good time.
All right, then. God bless. Goodbye.
All right, you too. Have a good one. I had to take my girl Daisy. I mean, I had to take Daisy. Like what? But yeah, because we are going to try to do some more interesting stuff, like I said, and I want to expand the conversation because I just don't want to. Like, I think that part of Sister Wives, the trapping of Sister Wives too, is the fact that Sister Wives can actually become very dimensional as far as the conversation goes because we're pretty much laid out with the good ones, the bad ones, who's right, who's wrong. It's all kind of laid out. So let's expand the conversation, have conversations about stuff like we're talking about tonight. Not just the fact that, when it comes to these domestic situations, which may be tough, and let's be very honest at this point. If you find yourself in a situation where you are being threatened, manipulated, controlled, abused, mistreated, or whatever the case may be, please take advantage. Please take advantage of the many awesome organizations out there whose main commitment and purpose is to try to help you get out of those situations. It's important. It is very important because we could sit here and joke all day and talk all day about how this young lady went bananas and she did this, that, and the other, whoop de whoop. But when push comes down to shove, when you're in these types of relationships, and please hear me when I say this, I'm not trying to scare you. I'm just trying to be honest. When you're in these types of relationships that are this volatile, this hostile, you are in danger. Because the next time that person goes off may be the last time that you are around. Because a lot of times these types of relationships end with somebody getting carried out. And it's very important that we take into account that, when these people are flipping out and they're doing these things, and just like in the video we saw, there's a quiet escalation to the violence that happens. What do I mean by that? It may start with pushing and shoving, right? A push. But you know what? That push wasn't enough because I pushed you and I don't feel like you suffered enough. So instead of me pushing you, guess what? Now I'm going to punch you. And then once I punch you, yeah, I hit you, but I don't feel like that's enough. So I want to do something else. And then I start picking shit up and I start doing this. And it's that casual graduation and escalation of that instance and of that violence where they just think that they're not doing enough. That's how you have situations where something awful happens because I pushed and shoved on you and I'm not hurting you enough. I kick you, I punch you. That's not hurting you enough. I scratch you and I claw you. That's not hurting enough. Let me grab this butcher knife because I'm going to really show you. And then something terrible happens. So this is why I say, like, if you find yourself in a situation, recognize that it's never acceptable, whether you're a man, whether you're a woman, whether you're a child or anybody. It's not acceptable for people to put their hands on you, nor is it acceptable for them to abuse you mentally, psychologically, or whatever. So, with that in mind, please take advantage of any opportunity you have to get out, including, like I said, some of these amazing organizations where people have committed themselves to trying to help you, whether it's a shelter or a friend or whatever. But please take advantage of those opportunities to get out and get yourself some help, right? And once you get out, take time to try to heal yourself, try to figure out what's going on with you, because in many of these cases, like we blow past, and it is not just a matter of you leaving the situation. You may need help. You may need that therapy so that you can get by, because at the end of the day, when you're in these types of situations, it's very, I won't even say it's like you have, and you could have potentially have a form of PTSD, post-traumatic stress syndrome, right? Or post-traumatic stress disorder, right? So you're in these situations where you're constantly scared, you're constantly afraid, you're constantly on eggshells, you're constantly nervous about what's going on, you're constantly afraid of the repercussions of what's going on and what this person's going to say. Are they in a good mood? They're in a good mood for now. Are they going to be in a bad mood in a second because they can switch like a light switch, and you don't know what's going on. So you may need recovery from that. And again, these types of relationships, when you're in these types of relationships, just because they beating on me, it's okay, but they better leave my kids alone, and I'm going to stay because of my kids. Please understand that your kids are watching this happen. Your kids are watching this happen. Some of the most terrible, heartfelt descriptions I've heard have come from like celebrities and people who have been very powerful, become very powerful men. And they talk about how Terry Crews, the one guy got in trouble for his wife, knocking his wife out. It was crazy. But he watched people beat his mama the whole life. And I'll never forget it. This guy, he said, I would watch this man and he would punch on my mama. And he said, I was too small to stop him. So what I used to do every day, I get a deck of 52 cards and I throw a card out, whatever the card face say, that's how many push-ups I would do. And he's like, I would go through that whole deck. And eventually he became a big, strong man. He said, when I was big enough and I was strong enough, I went to that man and I told him, if you ever put your hands on my mother again, they gonna carry your ass out of here. And that was the driver of him eventually becoming and developing himself so that he could become a professional football player. Terry Crews basically said the same thing. He went to the gym. The reason why he's so big and so jacked up isn't because he wanted to play football and be good at football and become a professional football player. He became big and jacked up because he wanted to protect his mom. And the helplessness of that young man to make that decision that he has to become strong enough to protect the person who should be trying to protect him is traumatic in itself. So when you're going through these things, please recognize that you're not going through these things alone. And if you have children, your children are watching, your children are aware, and they're going through it as well. And so this is part of the reason why, like I said, these types of stories invite for bigger conversations. And even as we talk about like television shows and what we allow, there's a quiet advocacy and acceptance of domestic violence. If we think that ABC knew that they were about to platform and pedestalize a person who's been adjudicated guilty of domestic violence. They were pouring millions of dollars into a domestic abuser, knowingly so, because I don't buy the bullshit that they didn't know. They knew. And when they did that, you're pedestalizing that. And then you not only you're saying that you support her, but you're going to make her the ideal person and sexual conquest and sexual person of sexual desire for 20 men and increase her sexual marketplace value, however the hell they term it. But there's a consequence to it. So these are the kind of conversations that I want to try to have moving forward. Hopefully you guys enjoyed the show, the live. Hopefully you get to stick around. Give me the thumbs up. Don't forget to subscribe. It really helps the channel, especially I'm trying to grow the channel. And I'm trying to make this the live channel where I do the lives on this channel, and my other channel will be for videos. So please support that. Let folks know as we talk to them that this is where I'm going to start trying to do my lives. I'm going to try to migrate possibly by the end of next month. Definitely by the summer, all my lives will be on this channel. All right. But thank you guys so much. I appreciate you. Have a fantastic evening. I want to give a huge shout out to my moderators, Carmel Cutie and Brittany, not Brittany, as well as Lizzie B. I got to set you guys up, especially as we move forward. But thank you guys so much. I appreciate you. Have a fantastic night. And I appreciate everybody too saying that you wanted to do the super chats. Right now, I don't think we can do super chats because the channel's not monetized yet, but we're working on it. All right. But thank you guys so much. I appreciate you. Have a fantastic evening. That's my take. I'm James, and this has been my take on reality, and I'm out.